Meeting to order. Welcome to meeting number 94 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, pursuant to the order of reference Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023, and the motion adopted on May 16th, 2023. The committee is meeting to discuss Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th, 2023. Today's meeting has taken place in a hybrid format pursuant to the House Order of June 23rd, 2022. Members are attending in person in the room and remotely using the Zoom application. I would like to make a few comments for the benefit of the witnesses and members. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you're not speaking. Interpretation for those on Zoom, you have the choice at the bottom of your screen of either English, floor, English, or French. For those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select desired channel. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. For members in the room, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. For members on Zoom, please use the raise hand function. The clerk and I will manage the speaking order as best we can, and we appreciate your patience and understanding in this regard. Members, I'd like to bring to your attention that as per section B3 of the motion adopted on May 16th, it reads as follows. So 3, if the committee has not completed the clause-by-clause consideration of bill by 4:30 p.m. on Monday, May 29th, 2023, all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further debate on all remaining clauses and proposed amendments, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, as well as questions necessary to report the bill to the House and to order the chair to report the bill to the House as soon as possible. Now I'd like to welcome our witnesses. So with us today, they're all virtual. For the first hour are a multitude of senior officials from various departments to answer any questions from the members. So where we left off, well, actually I'd seen a hand up, so I got MP Blakey's hand is up, and then I did see MP Zerowitz. I don't know if anybody else hands up. No, nobody on the screen? No. Okay, so I'm going to go to MP Blakey just before we get started here on our annotated agenda.
Thank you very much,
there
Mr.
you go.
Chair. So I'd like to start. I believe the slate is clear, as it were, of motions, and I'd like to start by moving and then motivating a motion. The motion reads as follows: that notwithstanding the May 16th motion passed by the committee, if the committee has not completed the clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-47 by 4:30 p.m. on Monday, May 29th, slowing down because I'm just thinking of our translators, all remaining amendments submitted to the committee as of Friday, May 26th, 2023, shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further debate on all remaining clauses and proposed amendments, except that not more than 20 minutes shall be allotted for debate on each proposed amendment, to be divided to a maximum of 5 minutes per recognized party, unless unanimous consent is granted to extend debate on a specific amendment. No sub-amendments or motions may be moved during debate. At the expiry of the time provided for debate on a specific amendment, the chair shall put every question to dispose of the amendment forthwith and successively without further debate. The chair shall be empowered to group clauses for which no amendment has been proposed, subject to the unanimous consent of the committee. Once all questions necessary to dispose of all remaining clauses and proposed amendments have been decided, the chair shall put forthwith and successively every question necessary to dispose of clause by clause of the bill, as well as questions necessary to report the bill to the House and to order the chair to report the bill to the House as soon as possible. So this motion is really just meant to address the problem that I highlighted last day, which is that, due to the choices of folks around the table, we've now exhausted most of the time that we have to debate proposed amendments to the bill. And how that works is because until we get to the clause, the amendments that have been proposed so far aren't moved. At 4:30, they're all deemed moved. then you could talk about them, except that the motion, which was agreed to by everyone around this table, including the Conservatives by unanimous consent, prohibits debate. So we end up in an awkward position where prior to 4:30, we can't talk about the amendments. After 4:30, we have to vote on them. I think that means we end up not being accountable for the decisions we're making around the table. I would say, because I notice we have some substitutions here today, that unfortunately we come to a place where there's just no trust around the committee table. So, you know, trying to extend this process, I think there are many of us who feel like any goodwill that we might show in order to extend the process for appropriate reasons won't be honored, and that it will be abused in order to do more of what we've seen around the table so far. And so it makes it really difficult in that kind of context where you just don't have a lot of trust around the table, where the goalposts have often shifted, where you thought you had an understanding about how to proceed, and then the time isn't able to be used for the purposes that we thought we had agreed to. And as I've said earlier too, I mean, I don't think it's just one side that's been difficult in this whole process. I think the minister ought to have told the committee if she was going to come for more than an hour, whether that was an hour and 20 minutes or an hour and 40 minutes, or the 2 hours that I would have liked for us to express as a committee we would like her here for, but we never did get to vote on the invitation for 2 hours. So there's been a lot of dysfunction. I think the minister should show more respect to the committee than to refuse to come for a reasonable amount of time. I think she clearly had time in her schedule to stay longer. I think she should have indicated that to the committee beforehand. I think that's a very easy, respectful thing to do. That means that people can prepare for a longer appearance. So nice of her to stay longer, but in a properly functioning professional work environment, people would have a heads up. And it's not like she can claim she didn't know that this was a matter of contention. That doesn't mean I endorse the way everyone around this table handled it, because I think they actually wasted all of the time that we had to hear from witnesses, then agreed to a really quick turnaround on clause by clause, then kind of went back on that and said they were complaining, or decided to complain that they didn't, that even though the text of the motion they agreed to was honored, that wasn't good enough for them. And, you know, I can hear them wanting to have heard more witnesses. There was some time for that early last week, but instead of raising that on the Sunday or the Monday, they chose to raise it on the Wednesday, and they chose to raise it publicly before they raised it anywhere else. So I just think there's been a lot of, like, we can all point fingers at each other around here. This has not been a good process. I think it's pretty pathetic, frankly. I hope nobody here is feeling good about what we've been doing over the last 4 or 5 weeks for any reason, because I don't think there's anything we can point to Canadians to say we've done our job the way it should have been done. Some of us may be able to say we were prepared to do our job, and I certainly undertook to do all the things that one has to do to prepare for these meetings, but then wasn't given the opportunity to do the work required. So this motion is just to allow 5 minutes to each party on each amendment that has already been proposed, to put some reasons on the record for why we're either supporting that amendment or not supporting that amendment. If folks here want to spend the next hour debating it and not have a vote, then what we're going to end up doing is just going and voting on everything successively. It's just Canadians won't get to know the reasons why we're voting for that, and there'll be nothing to hold us to account on that. I don't think that's a value add to the process, regardless of the reasons why somebody might feel it hasn't been a good process to date, or where they lay the blame. The one thing we can do now, in the situation we find ourselves, where nobody really trusts anybody around the table, is to at least do the minimum to make sure that Canadians have an opportunity to hear why certain parliamentarians on this committee are voting one way on amendments or why they're voting the other. So like I say, we can talk it out. That's not going to do much except ensure that we have less accountability around this table. We don't all have to agree on it. All we have to do is let it come to a vote. And then the majority of the committee can decide if this is the way they want to proceed or not. So I've said my piece on that, Mr. Chair. I hope this is something at a minimum that we could agree to in order to do, I think, to meet our responsibilities to Canadians and to make ourselves accountable for the decisions we're going to make around the table. you know, we don't have the power to compel a minister to appear, but we're here, and we do have the power to allow ourselves to put comments on the record and then be held to account for those. I hope at least we will hold ourselves to that standard of accountability. That remains to be seen. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look forward to hearing debate on this point.
Okay, thank you, MP
not
Blakey. The clerk has received your motion, has distributed it to members. Just on what you said about timing, MP Blakey, we've got 16 minutes before we go to clause by clause, and with no debate after that on anything. So I've got a speakers list here to speak about your motion. So I have got MP Zerowitz, MP Baker, MP Beach, MP Chambers, MP Lawrence, MP Morantz, in that order. Okay, MP Zerowitz.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Mr. Blakey for putting forward this proposed motion. I do support it. I hope everyone around the table will support it as well. I also want to say that I'm also very sad that we are where we're at right now. I agree with something Mr. Blakey had said in our last session, where what is happening right here at committee is a disservice to Canadians, and I think it truly makes a mockery of the committee and the important work that we have been elected to do, and I do think moving forward we need to do much better. I will also say I very much honor the comments. I would like to ask for a unanimous consent on the motion for Mr. Blakey's motion. Can we ask for that, Mr. Chair, and see whether or not we have that? Maybe a miracle has happened and everyone has seen the light and we are able to do unanimous consent on approval for Mr. Blakey's
I
motion.
do see MP Sainte-Marie with thumbs up.
No.
I hear
Okay.
a no.
I want to make sure that just in case something happened. Anyways, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say to you that I also want to acknowledge and honor the comments that Mr. Beach and yourself actually made at our last committee meeting. I think you both did an outstanding job of explaining how we got to where we are here. I also would like to say, just because I know that people in my riding and I have to be accountable for them, there's been no way any desire not to be able to be accountable for this very important budget, 2023, and the Budget Implementation Act. I think there's a number of issues and concerns and questions that we could have had an opportunity to raise last week, but unfortunately there was a filibuster that was led by our Conservative colleagues. And I'll also say to you, I'm very glad that our Deputy Prime Minister has come to committee, and it's important for us to reiterate, our Deputy Prime Minister has been to this committee 4 times, so it's not just, while there's no minister that ever comes to, every time they are invited to committees in general, I do want to say that our Deputy Prime Minister has indeed been here before this committee on a number of different bills, and that before this bill, the Budget Implementation Act, she's actually come for almost 2 hours, so just over an hour and 40 minutes. And then maybe what I'll say to you, Mr. Chair, just in ending, because I know that there's a number of other people that want to speak. I think it's very important for us to move forward with this Budget Implementation Act. I think there's a number of targeted inflation relief for Canadians who need it the most. We do know that there's a lot of Canadians that are having a hard time making ends meet. There's a number of measures in the Budget Implementation Act that will be very supportive to them, and I think it's important for us to, with haste, move forward on this bill. I think there is a stronger public health care dollars, including millions of dollars for dental care. We currently have a dental care benefit, but the passage of Budget 2023 will allow us to actually transition that dental care benefit into a dental care plan. And there's also significant investments to build Canada's clean economy, which will not only continue to create really great middle-class jobs, but it's also going to ensure a prosperous economy moving forward. And I'll tell you, to those in my riding, and I'll tell you they're very strong, in my riding, there's a very strong belief we need to move as quickly as possible to decarbonize to net zero by 2050. And I know that this part of the budget is particularly important for those people in my riding. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that my colleague Very right. I think we need to do much better, and I think we have to come together after this Budget Implementation Act to say how is it that we can rebuild trust amongst ourselves and find a way to move forward on the important work that we've been elected to do and on this very important committee. So thank you.
Thank you, MP Zarowitz. Now to MP Baker.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to start by, thanking Mr. Blakey for moving the motion that he moved. I think what he's tried to do, I think, is give members a chance to explain their decisions as they vote through the budget bill. And I think that's really, really important, right? Our role here in Parliament isn't just as members of committee or in the House of Commons is not just to vote on stuff. It's to make sure that we're listening to Canadians, hearing their point of view, and then sharing with them why we've made the decisions we've made in voting, or why we're advocating for what we're advocating for, and the fact that, unfortunately, the Conservatives didn't give unanimous consent to Mr. Blakey's motion. I think if we could pass Mr. Blakey's motion, that would allow us to convey to our constituents why it is we're voting the way we are, and I think that that's a really, really important mechanism. So I'm disappointed, and I think, I'm not looking to place blame, but I do think, let's be frank, the Conservatives just spent 27 hours or so filibustering this committee, which prevented us from hearing from witnesses. It prevented us from working on the bill to make it better. It prevented us from working on a bill that has tremendous implications for a lot of Canadians, especially on issues of affordability. And so the fact that those 27 hours were spent filibustering by the Conservatives, and now they won't give us 5 minutes per MP to speak to the amendments that are before us because they've declined Mr. Blakey's bill, I think is really disappointing, and goes counter to the spirit of how this place is supposed to work. And I don't think it's not just not in Mr. Blakey's interest or not in our interest and not in the interest of any of the members here at this table to not be able to at least communicate for a few minutes why we're voting the way we're voting, or why certain amendments have been brought forward, or under what circumstances we would support certain amendments that have been brought forward. So I'm disappointed in that. I think more broadly, I would like to say that, as a member of this Finance Committee, this is the piece of legislation that I look forward to working on the most. It's, I would argue, the most impactful part of what we do as a Finance Committee. And so when I think about the challenges that all of our constituents are facing, whether it's on, especially when it comes to affordability, and when it comes to challenges like growing our economy, when it comes to challenges like providing the most vulnerable with the support that they need, I just think it's important that we take the opportunity to take the time we can to make this budget bill as strong as possible. And because of what's happened over the past number of weeks and the filibuster, we're not going to be able to do that. All we're going to be able to do is vote on the amendments as they are before us, and I think that's really unfortunate. The intent of the budget bill is to supplement the budget that was introduced by the finance minister at the end of March. And when I think about what the budget was designed to do, it was designed to, first of all, I think, help people with the cost of living. And as inflation has hit Canadians hard, as they struggle to pay their bills, the budget was meant to help address some of those challenges. So an example of that is the grocery rebate to help folks with the rising cost of food, whether it's cracking down on junk fees, credit card interchange fees, and predatory lending, whether it's the tax-free first home savings account, which would allow home buyers to save $40,000 tax-free, whether it's freezing the excise tax for a year on beer, wine, and alcohol at 2%. These are some of the measures, in addition to many others that have been taken over the past several years to help folks with the cost of living. The budget had significant investments in health care with conditions attached, which I think is really, really important because we need to make sure that not only are we getting value for taxpayer dollars as they get provided to provinces for, in this case, for healthcare, but that they actually deliver results for patients. And we know there's a lot of improvement. There are a lot of more results that Canadians expect, improved results that Canadians expect from their healthcare systems, and that's one of the reasons why we've not only provided a record amount of money, but also attached conditions to that funding. There's a $13 billion for the new Canadian dental plan, which will provide dental coverage to families earning less than $90,000, and I think that's transformational. And then there's investments to build a clean economy and a number of other things to help make sure that our economy grows, so that the pie grows for everyone, and so that the quality of life in this country is growing and people's prosperity is growing. So all this to say, I think there's a lot in this Budget Implementation Act and a lot in the budget that's designed to make Canadians' lives better, and I look forward to voting on these amendments. It really would have been nice to be able to debate them, hear from more Canadians, and communicate why we're voting the way we are. So I thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, MP Baker. I do have PS Beach. So PS Beach, and then I've got, after that, MP Chambers, MP Lawrence, MP Morantz, although we've got 5-6 minutes left. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I'd like to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank Daniel for his attempts since the last time we met and over the weekend to find consensus on this important mechanism so that individual members of Parliament can talk about the amendments. I, too, find it unfortunate that we're in the current position, and I do want to make sure that there is some time for the Conservatives before the 4:30 deadline to say something. I think that's the least that we can do, given that we only have 5 minutes left, so I keep this relatively short. But I did want to say that I've been in this role for about a year and a half, give or take, worked with 3 or 4 finance critics and a large number of Conservatives on the Finance Committee. And I think I've been reliable and predictable, if not friendly, partner in order to work through these differences of opinions. And I understand that, in some cases, some external factors, whether it be leaders' offices or other factors, can weigh into how we actually get things done here. I think we all see where this is going, and it's unfortunate that it's going here. But I do want to say to my partners that this will be over in a relatively short period, and we still have some good work that we can do. And I hope that all members around this table will come together after our voting today and try to return to this table in good faith so that we can schedule some good work, both for the rest of the year, but also proceeding in next fall. And perhaps we can all work together to avoid this particular situation. So I would once again ask if there's unanimous consent to pass Daniel's motion, and if there's not, I will yield the floor.
Okay, thank you, PS Beach. Looking for UC on this. I heard a no. I do have still a few minutes left, so MP Chambers, then MP Lawrence, then MP Morantz.
Mr. Chair, what I would provide unanimous consent for is to deeming all amendments moved and then allowing each party to put on the record for 15 minutes their reasons for how they're voting.
Okay, thank you, MP Chambers. And that is, now we're moving to MP Lawrence and then MP Morantz. We've got,
Did Mr. Chambers not move a UC? Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we're on Daniel's motion, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That we deem all amendments moved and that each party will have 15 minutes to put forth, one person can put forth the party's recommendations on how they're voting.
And then do we vote after that?
Then we start the clock on the 4:30.
Can we suspend for 2 minutes, Mr. Chair?
Oh, we've got 2 minutes and then we're done. That's it.
Well, we want to just consider it. Okay. Is that okay? Can we suspend for 2 minutes?
Okay, we'll suspend for a minute. A good minute that we're back. I do see a hand up. MP Zerowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Mr. Chambers for putting something forward that I think we are open to. I just want to, just because we want to make sure that it's what the intention is, I'm going to sort of propose
The
a
UC, right, to continue? Yeah, so we do need UC to continue any of this conversation, or else we're going right to clause by clause. So if we have UC, I see thumbs up here, I see MP Saint-Marie, thumbs up, thank you very
Well-
much, all the
I'm
screen,
not
everybody
sure.
else, thumbs up,
I'm not
okay.
sure,
So,
I'm not
yeah,
sure.
time limited, we'd have to,
No. Well,
okay, so we're going to be, look, so we are going to go to our motion, we're going to go to clause by clause in 5 minutes, that will be at 4:40 on my watch. Okay,
Okay, so, where are we at right now? I was going to actually read out a statement that we were going to be very comfortable with.
Yeah.
And that is that amendments be deemed moved, that the committee provide 15 minutes for a representative of each recognized party to provide their views on Bill C-47, as well as the amendments to the bill. During this time, no other motions can be moved, nor can questions be put to the representative of each party, and that the chair and the clerk be empowered to enforce the 15-minute speaking slot.
thank you, MP Zerowitz. Anyway, yeah, MP Chambers, I see a thumbs up. Are you going to speak on this? No? No? Okay, do we have UC for what has just been put on the table? Yes, and MP Saint-Marie, okay, I got to always look at the screen there. It's good, see a big thumb. Okay, thank you very much for that. So we do have UC. And have you received it, clerk? So, okay, and if we could just get that so that everybody's clear. Because are they going to? Pete Zerowitz, you could just repeat it. You don't have to send it in writing. Don't worry. Yeah, just repeat it, and
I will.
yeah.
Okay, so I will, that amendments be deemed moved, that the committee provide 15 minutes for a representative of each recognized party to provide their views on Bill C-47, as well as the amendments to the bill. During this time, no other motions can be moved, nor can questions be put to the representative of each party, and that the chair and clerk be empowered to enforce the 15-minute slot, the 15-minute speaking slot.
Was that right at the start? They want to do it?
That's acceptable.
So, just to clarify, MP Zerowitz, are you asking for these 15 minutes right at the start, right now?
Right now.
Okay, right at the start. All right, okay. Okay, we're clear now. So with this UC to doing this and the 15 minutes, we are going to go in the order that we always go when we do our rounds of questions. So we're going to start with the Conservatives, then we'll go Liberals, then Bloc, then NDP, if everybody is okay with that. So that is how we're going to start. And do the Conservatives have somebody up and ready to go? Is that MP Lawrence? Okay, MP Lawrence for 15 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'll just, I won't dive too deep into this, but I guess I share everyone's sense of disappointment that the mistrust has reached these levels. But I'll jump into the amendments because time is short. So the first I'd like to talk about is with respect to, I'm going to focus, there's of course this is a huge document, $490 billion, and we've got 15 minutes, but I'm going to talk to a couple of areas that I believe deserve some attention and some areas that I'm familiar with as well, which is tax policy. So there are a couple of principles that this budget implementation, budget of fundamental tax fairness violate. So I'll start with the Excise Tax Act, and while I think it is a good step by the government of limiting the amount of increase, but the principle behind this is so very troubling and undemocratic, and absolutely it runs anti the very basics of tax policy and democracy, I might add. So what happens with the Excise Tax Act is it increases every year. That is a tax increase on Canadians who engage in drinking beer, which many Canadians like to do. And there's no ability, no accountability on Parliament to say yes or no with respect to it. And we've seen it sort of has slipped underneath the cloud of, or underneath the veil of darkness because there hasn't been high inflation in recent years. However, thanks to this government's high deficit, high spending agenda, we saw inflation increase dramatically, which then led to, because this is tied to inflation, a dramatic increase in the Excise Tax Act. And we saw actually inflation go up again in the latest report. And so what happens, once again, is the fact that without Parliament's consent, who are, of course, the people's representative, the government is appropriating funds for individuals having the terrible action of going to their local grocery store or LCBO or SAC and buying a case of beer or a bottle of wine. And in that scenario, perhaps it's only a couple dollars on that beer or that wine, but it's a principle behind it that is so very troubling that we would engage in taxation without representation, because that's what that is. It's giving a large tax increase, a large amount of revenue to the government simply because of inflation. In fact, it's rewarding the government for its own poor economic record, because the higher inflation goes, the more revenue that government will receive. And we saw revenues overflow. And even with that large amount, we still get large deficits and large debts. So I'll move from there to another troubling principle. And once again, it's the principle that matters. It's not so much the subject. And that is the section within the BIA that calls for the application of retroactive taxation. And not just back by a year or 2 years or 5 years or 10 years. It goes back 30 years. And so for those of you unfamiliar, it's of course with respect to the banks and the application of GST and HST on certain monies that they make with respect to the charges of credit cards. And the actual subject of the matter it's not particularly important relative to the overall concept or the principle of it. If a federal government, so what happens is when we pass laws, those laws by principle, that's the rule of law. It doesn't matter what Philip put on the record or what Sophie put on the record beforehand. It doesn't even matter what we thought the bill was going to be. It's actually what the legislation is. And so then it then is now the courts. It is now the courts who gets to decide on what the law was interpreted. It's a very basic tenet of law, and it's a very basic tenet of democracy, that the rule of law, meaning that it's what we put in writing. It's what separates democracies from authoritarian states, because in authoritarian states, the leader can just go and say, you know what, just kidding, and say, actually, we meant the law to mean this. In Canada and other advanced democracies, when you write something, when that becomes law, at that point, the legislators then pass that law on to the judiciary for their interpretation. And so whatever happens, happens. And if a legislator wants to change the law because they're unhappy with a decision, they can do that. But it's nearly always done prospectively. And when I asked Ms. Guire of the CRA to name a single case of where retroactive taxation had been put in place, she could not name one. And so it was 30 years. And so that's what separates an authoritarian regime in their application of the law from an advanced democracy, where once that law is made, there's certainty. And so those who will go out and plan their lives based on those rules existing at the time. And certainly the rules, there could be different interpretations, and that's for the judiciary to decide. But lawmakers in general won't go back and change the rules of the game halfway through the game. And this is a very basic fundamental principle of not just tax law, but law in general. And so the precedent that this change proposed by the Budget Implementation Act is a dangerous one. It says that that regardless of the rules, the law being enforced for decades at the time, the government can, at its own behest or otherwise, go back and actually change the rules of the game more than halfway through the game. In fact, decades through the game, because people plan their lives on this uncertainty in law. And the challenging part is that Canada is, of course, amongst the lowest and predicted to be the worst, actually, with respect to capital investment. We, in many ways, are an economy, unfortunately, in decline, and that's due in part, at least, to the lack of economic and capital investment. Our manufacturing inventory is not being updated at the rate that we need. We are not seeing the capital investment that is required to keep a modern economy moving. And right now, change is exponential with artificial intelligence and other technologies that are coming online. And so our country needs capital investment more than ever. And because we're not replacing our capital stock, that doesn't just hurt us for today. Some of these pieces of equipment will be online for 10, 15, 20 years. And so as we fall further and further behind, it gets to be almost a generational problem of capital investment. And so some of this money will come domestically, and that's terrific. Some of this will come from investors from abroad who would hopefully see a Canadian market that would be an excellent choice to invest in. Unfortunately, when a government creates uncertainty, as they will with this budget, by creating the ability for them, setting a precedent that even laws that have been decades old, they can go back and change the game. They can go back and change the rules. And so this will no doubt have in fact, in talking to stakeholders from far and wide, many discuss the fact that it's this uncertainty that would be a concern to investors in our business. Because you can imagine making a substantial investment, maybe millions, maybe tens of billions, maybe even billions of dollars, and you're counting on a certain law to be in place. And fine, if they want to change the law going forward, give those actors notice, and that's fine, and they can go ahead and make their changes prospectively. However, going back retroactively might mean that you have an inability to control your
Meeting to order. Welcome to meeting number 94 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, pursuant to the order of reference Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023, and the motion adopted on May 16th, 2023. The committee is meeting to discuss Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th, 2023. Today's meeting has taken place in a hybrid format pursuant to the House Order of June 23rd, 2022. Members are attending in person in the room and remotely using the Zoom application. I would like to make a few comments for the benefit of the witnesses and members. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you're not speaking. Interpretation for those on Zoom, you have the choice at the bottom of your screen of either English, English, or French. For those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select desired channel. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. For members in the room, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. For members on Zoom, please use the raise hand function. The clerk and I will manage the speaking order as best we can, and we appreciate your patience and
in the world, having incredible talent here located in Canada. We are amongst the lowest with respect to productivity, so well behind the United States of America, well behind Switzerland, well behind Ireland, and many other developed economies. This is extremely challenging, and so our response at that time to introduce uncertainty into our economy is baffling, quite frankly, that this would be the time for a relatively small gain in tax dollars. We're willing to put additional uncertainty at a time when we need capital investment to bridge that innovation gap, to bridge that productivity gap, because all of this has resulted in us having the lowest economic growth per capita of 0.8% over the last 10 years. And so what that translates in is that, Mr. Chair, is not just a statistic. That is actually affected Canadians' lives, because now we have double, even triple the food bank usage. So those were a couple of the amendments that Conservatives had put forward. And we look forward to having a robust discussion with respect to the amendments from the other sides. Once again, I will conclude by just saying I share hopefully everyone's disappointment at this table, and certainly I think that there's a lot of blame to go around, and certainly that disappointment should be shared by everyone at the way that this committee has devolved. But what I won't do is in any way apologize for being opposition. That's our role. As I said earlier, we don't work for the Liberal Party of Canada. I work for the people of Northumberland, Peterborough South. And this government's economic record after 8 years is atrocious. We have high deficits, high debt, high inflation, high interest rate. We have the worst growth since the 1930s. So our job is not to cheer the Liberal Party on as they drive our economy into the ditch. Mm-hmm. It's our job to yell stop, and that's what we're going to do. And so I will never apologize for speaking up for the people of Northumberland, Peterborough South, and saying quite frankly, the truth. I'm going to speak truth to power, Mr. Chair, because that's my job, and I make no apologies for that whatsoever. The economy is in a challenging situation. I talked to so many constituents. Even the food bank chair in your own riding said the situation on the ground is terrifying. So if after 8 years of economic failures, Conservatives are not sitting there cheering on, helping you press the accelerator to drive our economy off the cliff, I don't understand that, and I make no apologies for telling you to stop trying to ruin our economy through your unbelievable deficits, debts, and challenges you're putting on Canadians, because we live in the greatest country in the world. We have the greatest people. The only thing that's stopping us from realizing our potential is the Liberal Party and this government.
Okay, thank you, MP Lawrence. Now we'll go to the Liberals, and I've got, is it PS Beach? Are you okay?
Yes.
PS Beach for 15 minutes, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I don't agree with all the points that were just stated, it was absolutely refreshing to hear some of MP Lawrence's reflections on the actual bill that we were debating. And so it is disappointing to me that this is the only opportunity that we're all going to have to engage on this. And I hope that going forward, we're going to find ways to engage in more constructive ways, so that some of Mr. Lawrence's good ideas can find its way into future legislation. And we don't expect a cheerleader in the opposition. We merely expect a reasonable working relationship, and unfortunately, we haven't had that for the last little while. But I am an eternal optimist, and Mr. Lawrence and I have had many good conversations about many important issues, and I think some of our best work is potentially ahead of us, and I'll continue to be optimistic about that. I am not optimized necessarily for this 15-minute summary because that wasn't initially the plan. I'm more optimized towards individual clause by clause, but I will do my best to provide some coverage on the 686 clauses that we are set to vote on, and then maybe give some concluding thoughts if there are still time. As members know, we've already carried clauses 2 to 6. With regards to clauses 7 to 70, we are in favor. With clause 71, we are opposed. Clause 72 to 112, we are in favor. Clause 113 is the first government amendment. The purpose of this amendment is a coordinating amendment because all members around this table, and I'm going to try to continue to focus on the positive, and in the chamber for that matter, agreed that would be a good idea to get Canadians the grocery benefit in advance, to get provinces and territories $2 billion in health transfers in advance. This amendment simply takes it out of this BIA since we have already delivered those funds through another legislative mechanism. We continue from clause 114 to 117, which we are in favor. That brings us to clause 118, which is the Bloc Québécois' first amendment. The first and second both have to do with GST and how it applies to crypto mining. In general, we believe that crypto miners should be paying GST. Where it gets complicated, of course, is when we're talking about the data providers that are providing the technical hardware and usage, the computing power for that mining. We don't think that they should be held to that unless they're actually mining themselves. And I've sent some notes to my friend Gabrielle for the reasons why we're opposed to his amendments. But I also believe through discussions with him that we're trying to accomplish the same thing. So I think we're going to end up in a good place. That would take us through to clause 119 to 123, which we are in favor of. That brings us to CPC 1 and a number of amendments that have to do with the excise tax. We consulted with industry professionals from across the country. We heard that this has been a very challenging year, as it has been for many different industries across the country, but this one in particular. And so we listened to that feedback, which is why we are very proud to support a reduction of the increase to the excise to 2% this year. We have also examined the methodology for which the Conservatives are proposing to go forward with this, and there are some unintended consequences, including refunding some of our largest brewers and resetting rates back several years. When we talk about being retroactive, that's something that this would actually do. So we are opposed. That goes for, there's a number of amendments that speak to that. I think I will move from there to BQ5. So that would mean we support clauses 127 to 136. BQ5 is amendment 137. This has to do specifically with the Bank Act. We believe that this authority that is sought out under this amendment already exists, and therefore we are opposing it, not because we necessarily disagree with it, because we want to keep legislation clean. That would bring us to clause 138 through to clause 209, which we are in favor of. The next amendment is CPC 13, which is adjusting for the criminal code. I think this language, if I remember correctly, might have reflected a vote that we had on a private member's bill a while back that we all voted against, except for the Conservatives. But we believe the reason that we're opposing this, the actual reason, is because we believe that this also is duplicative legislation. CPC 14, we oppose. Clause 211 to 241, we support. The second government coordinating amendment and the last of our amendments is 242. And I've already stated the reasons for that. That would bring us to a number of clauses that we oppose, but I'm not going to comment on just for the sake of time. I would go back all the way down to CPC 18, clause 243 to 246 in the middle of these CPC clauses we do support. There's no amendments attached to them. But if we zoom down to CPC 18, this has to do with equalization and reporting. It is our position that any changes to equalization or to the reporting of equalization needs to be done in conjunction and consultation with premiers in the provinces and territories, and we would not support any measures without that consultation and their full support. That would then take us to, this takes us a bit of a distance from where I want to speak to. Another set of conservative amendments that we will be opposing until we get to clause 251 through to clause, this is a big chunk, to clause 444. I'm 7 minutes in, and it looks like we might actually make it. That brings us down to, where does that bring us down to? There's still some like CPC 21-1 and 21-2, which has to do with interswitching, and I believe that we're split on those. We then carry down from clause 447 to 454, which we are in favor. And then there is a number of NDP amendments around air passenger protection regulations. And it's unfortunate because there's a number of things that are in here that we think are reasonable. There's a number of things in here, though, that we can't support. And we were actually planning to work through this as part of the clause-by-clause process and perhaps see some things get passed. But without the ability to have some sort of constructive debate, we're not going to be able to do that. So hopefully we'll be able to continue to work with the NDP to figure out how to improve legislation going forward. We do support clauses 456 to 458, clause 460, and clause 462 to 464, which do not have amendments, as well as clause 466 to clause 470, and then clause 472 through to clause 632. That would bring us to block 6, I believe, which has to do with reporting via the chairperson versus the board. Substantially, reporting ends up entirely at the board. So we do find this to be somewhat duplicative as well, and we'll be opposing it, which would take us then to block 7, which is about the standards for attending the EI tribunal, either in person and the options thereof. Now, I think that this is another situation where we're in agreement with the block, but that necessarily we don't think the language of the clause that's being proposed is accomplishing what we want. Our general principle, given the consultations that we had over the summer, is that proponents, workers, should have the flexibility to appear as they need to, and that a virtual option should always be available. I believe that's also the block's point of view, but we're not necessarily sure that this particular writing of this clause actually accomplishes that, but I think we're going to end up in a good place anyway. Then that we would support clause 635 through 662, which would bring us to CPC 22, which is a cost analysis for the changes to the EI programming. The only thing I would say about this is that this was not ever meant to be a cost-saving measure. This was supposed to be ensuring that we had better representation and better results for workers, and we think that this particular amendment is actually speaking against workers. That would bring us then to clause 664 through to 681, which we support. We support Schedule 1, we support Schedule 2, we support the short title, we support the title itself, and of course, we support the bill itself. With that, Mr. Chair, and seeing that I have a little less than 4 minutes left, I think I would use the remainder of my time to address some things that I think are important for Canadians that our government has done, both through this bill, but also through previous legislation. Obviously, the budget itself is focused on a few major things. One was an unprecedented investment in healthcare. $2 billion of that, of course, has already gone through, but there's significantly more provided by the actions that our government has taken. There is a massive investment in the next stage of investing in the clean jobs of tomorrow and ensuring that we meet our climate change targets while creating good, high-paying, quality and sustainable jobs in every region of our country. And then, of course, the third thing that we focused on while we're dealing with inflation is to make life more affordable. And I want to detail some of the measures that we've done to make life more affordable. But first, I want to provide a little bit of economic context. The first thing that I would say is that despite what my friend MP Lawrence has stated, I mean, we fully understand that there are difficult times in Canada. There are definitely difficult global times that we've been dealing with as a government. We just came out of a global pandemic. There's war in Europe, which has had a significant impact on food prices and energy prices, which has had a massive effect on countries right around the world. Despite that, we've been able to keep inflation lower than many of our peers, including the United States and our peer countries in Europe. We've had the fastest growing economy in the G7 while having the lowest deficit and the lowest net debt to GDP ratio, while creating almost 1 million jobs since the pandemic. So we recognize that things are tough and we need to invest in making life more affordable, and we need to invest in making new opportunities. And this budget does that. And it's not just the grocery rebate, it's dental care, letting children get their teeth fixed. Up to 9 million Canadians are going to have the benefit of the dental care program. It's eliminating interest on loans for students while increasing grants by 40%. It's lowering fees and taxes for small businesses, including $1 billion in savings on credit cards alone over the next 5 years. It's making sure that we improve the Canada's workers benefit, which is going to provide up to $2,400 of support for our workers for up to 4.2 million families. It's decreasing the cost of childcare so that families have the option to rejoin the workforce when they feel it's the right time, and then further lowering that to $10 a day by 2025. It's indexing all of our support programs that we invested in over the year, including the Canada Child Benefit, the GST credit, the Canada Pension Plan, OAS and GIS, to inflation. And now that does lag a bit, but those increases are coming to match inflation and make sure that people have the resources that they need. It's the climate action incentive, which in jurisdictions where it applies is making life more affordable for 8 out of 10 Canadian families. All of these combined, including our anti-poverty strategy, has actually lifted 2.7 million Canadians out of poverty. So conservatives like to accuse liberals of saying that, you know, it's never been so good. We're never the ones that say that. We understand that these are challenging times, but we're going to continue to take an evidence-based approach to making sure that we are setting up Canada and Canadians for success. And that is exactly what this budget does. And I want to thank officials that are in the room for the very hard work that you've done to put forward such a great budget. And it's unfortunate that we weren't able to hear more from you, but hope springs eternally, and maybe next year we will. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to cede the floor.
Okay, thank you, P.S. Beach. And officials are not in the room, but we do thank them. There are many of them, and they are virtual. They are here to help if needed. So we are now moving to the block, and MP Samari, if you're ready, for 15 minutes, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I am talking to you from a new mic that's authorized by the House, so if there are any audio problems, please let me know. I have my backup headset if needed. So I will try to briefly present my amendments. Block 1, Terry mentioned, concerns the matter of taxation of businesses with high-capacity computational servers which are located in Quebec and in Canada, and which provide services. When this service is purchased by an overseas company to conduct mining, the fear for the industry in Quebec and Canada is that they will no longer have access to the same advantages as other sectors. So Block 1 seeks to ensure that if it is a business that uses its computers for these activities, it will have the same access. This is a developing sector which will support other research sectors and artificial intelligence. I thank Terry for all of the follow-up that he did with me on this. According to him, and according to the government, these businesses would not be targeted by that section. But that is not the opinion of the industry. So I would invite you to support Block 1, which is more specific and targets the competitiveness of our industry. Block 2, I will not table. I had some concerns about the admissibility of Block 2. I know that Chair Peter Fonseca is very strict about the admissibility of amendments, but I think that he will accept Block 1, but Block 2 will not be brought forward. In any case, it did not achieve the objective it sought. It would have to be sub-amended, which is no longer possible. And that brings me to Block 3 and 4, which concern the excise tax on fruit alcohols. This is similar to the Budget Implementation Act from last year. If you recall, the government said, now we will tax all sorts of wines because Australia took Canada before the WTO and won. And we said, well, listen, the Australian case was only for wine and made from grapes. And there were other types of berry wines and alcohol, maple-based alcohol, and that was not deemed admissible. So we were asked to exclude cider and mead. For example, pear cider or cider with apples and another added fruit. That is excluded from what we received from the exclusion last year, and they must pay full compensation. That is illogical, and I have been asking Minister Freeland to correct that for a year. The industry is asking for us to follow up on this, and we hope that the correction will be made, and that is why we are presenting Block 3 and Block 4 to say that if it is a berry wine or a cider with pear or any maple product, it does not apply to the WTO ruling, which considered only wine made from grapes. I hope that Sarah and all colleagues will be able to remind Madame Freeland and her team to fix this. It is very urgent. These are small artisanal operations, and the fact that this tax does not apply can determine whether the business is viable or not. It's very important. These amendments will perhaps not be deemed admissible, and I hope once again that our chair will be magnanimous about this. But if that is not the case, Terry, please speak to Ms. Freeland, to her team, and please resolve this. I know that these are not billions of dollars, but for these companies, it makes all the difference. So that is Block 3 and Block 4. Block 5. If you recall, when we received the consumer option, one of the things was that there is great innovation in C47. Now, when there is litigation between a client and a bank, there can be an assessment before a commissioner, but the decision by the commissioner is simply a recommendation. So Block 5 rests on what was said about the consumer option, and it makes the decision binding. So not only a recommendation, but it makes it binding. And obviously, I hope that will be supported. Block 6 and 7 concerns the reform of EI. And what was done to EI. Obviously, we are asking for reform. It is not an in-depth reform. It is not in C47. What is in C47 is generally supported by stakeholders that deal with EI. Block 6 and 7 are small changes that seek to build up this section, and they are requests made by the union groups in Quebec, like the CSN and others, who came to speak to us on behalf of the 4 unions. These changes would be important. So Block 6 is increasing transparency. Here, it is ensuring that the group works properly and that the DG in the management is responsible to the chair, and what the unions are asking for is there is more transparency and more openness rather than an intermediary. So Terry said, well, we don't think that that's reasonable, but the unions are saying that there needs to be direct accountability of the management to all of the commission and not through an intermediary. That was Block 6. Block 7 is that in this section we say that we want to go back to regionalization of appeals that are carried out. In the section amended by Block 7, it says that if the parties say that it is done virtually, it can be done virtually. What we are saying is that not all of the parties can be consulted. The person who is going before appeal, for example, if someone lives in Sept-Îles and they say that I don't want to be virtual, I want to go in person, and they need to be heard from regionally. And in C47, again, according to the unions, it allows for a bit of a gap. If the person who is appealing says they want to be in person, but everyone else wants to go virtually, perhaps it would not meet its objective. So this sets out that they need to ensure that if someone wants to be heard in person in their region, it must be done. So there you are. So I hope that I was clear for my various amendments. If not, I would like to draw your attention to some things. First of all, I support the amendments by the NDP. I think they are very good and constructive. Same thing for those by the Conservative, except concerning the section on equalization. There seems to be a tie to elections today in Alberta where we need to have a good equalization system, and they are dragging out the equalization process, but they're not doing that for stabilization payments, which are the equalization payments for oil companies. But the excise tax and all that, we support the amendments by the Conservatives. For the 2 amendments by the Liberal Party, removing the GST for groceries, and in any case, public servants told us it would not lead to a second payment. And I think that the most disadvantaged really need that. And the same thing for health. Ottawa gives 6 times less than what was asked for by the provinces, so they need $2 billion more. If the Liberal amendment is defeated, it's not automatic, but it's a step in the right direction. So we think that Ottawa needs to pay more of its share in health, so we will vote against that amendment. Otherwise, the section on equalization, we saw correspondence from public servants, and it leads to hundreds of millions of dollars that's lost in Quebec. And the section Danielle invited this committee to look at concerning rail transportation. There's an entire debate there. Unfortunately, we couldn't get into the details, but for now, I was convinced by the rail transporters. So like Daniel, I will vote against some parts of C-47 in this matter. And last point that I would like to raise here is that towards the end of this bill of many hundred pages and over 600 sections, through the grace of God, they refer to the Charles, the King of Canada. There is a rule that says that we cannot be irreverent about the monarchy. So instead of doing a bill that would be debated clearly in the House, they have hidden the fact that they are changing the sovereign in the Budget Implementation Act, and in my opinion, that is not acceptable. So I would invite you to reject this part of the bill, because forcing the government to bring this into a bill in due form and to do so transparently so that it is not hidden in a bill. On this subject, I have a question for Mr. Rogier, the clerk. Among the witnesses who were invited, there is a tradition that states that when the government appoints individuals to duties that are not the result of a vote, the opposition MPs can summon these people before, or can invite them before the committee to find out how things work. So I would have liked that we invite King Charles before this committee, given that he is named in this bill. And so tradition states that we can invite individuals before committee, and so I would invite the committee to invite King Charles and his heirs before committee. Thank you. It's a question for Mr. Rogier. Yes, thank you, Mr. Saint-Marie.
Our excellent, wise clerk, Alexandre Roger. And please, clerk, if you can answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I called the Governor General's office, and they told me to send an email to them, which I did. I got no response to that email. And I also called in Great Britain, because if you go on the website of the King, it says that the only way to reach them, c'est de les appeler directement.
Is to call them directly overseas, which I did, and I left a message, and no one has called me back. So there you have it. Aside from showing up at the Governor General's residence in person, I'm a bit limited in what I can do. Mr. Chair, I thank our excellent clerk, both of our excellent clerks, for the excellent work that they are doing. I thank them for what they have undertaken. It's very appreciated. Perhaps we need to find an old parchment and send it by carrier pigeon or by carriage, but we are elected officials and we are accountable to our constituents, and there's something hereditary and who's a representative of the church who is not responding to the elected officials of his people. And so this bill refers to the King of Canada. So once again, I would invite you to do like me and to vote against the section that names King Charles as the King of Canada. So I hope that everything will go well. I would have liked to join you in person. Unfortunately, I am working remotely today. Thank you, everyone.
Well, merci, MP Sainte-Marie, and thank you, Monsieur Roger, for that. No stone unturned. We are now going to the NDP and MP Blakey for your 15 minutes.
Monsieur Saint-Marie, j'ai entendu que le roi.
Mr. Saint-Marie, I heard that the king was here yesterday, but since we weren't here, the prince said that maybe he would come another day.
Well, I think just for those of you who don't know, Le Petit Prince is this little French song, and they talk about coming to see somebody who's not there, and then the little prince suggests coming back another day of the week. I think it's enough to participate briefly in this exercise to know that this isn't a great legislative process. I'll say just that much and then try to make the best of the time that I have. I'll speak first to the government amendments that I think they're sensible. I think they're meant to have the legislation reflect not only the intention of the government, but the agreement that the government reached with the provinces in respect of an increase to the Canada Health Transfer. And I think we would not be doing our job well if we were to consent to unilateral changes in funding, even if that's a funding increase. I think this is something that when we're talking about the terms and conditions of the Canada Health Transfer, I think you need to have an agreement between the federal and provincial government in order to back that up. I would say, and have said before at this table, that it really was remiss of the government not to have included these coordinating amendments in the first place, and I certainly hope that the Finance Department has learned a lesson and in future will ensure that if they're offering cash in more than one bill for the same agreement with the provinces, that they ensure they've coordinated their legislation sufficiently to not run the risk of doubling the cash amount or otherwise changing it. In the same spirit, the amendments that have been presented by the Conservative Party in respect of the equalization formula are not something that I would be prepared to support. Again, if we're going to make changes, and as I understand this amendment, and of course we don't have time for discussion or debate, but as I understand the amendment, it would give a province that had a referendum the unilateral right to try and trigger a renegotiation of the terms and conditions of equalization. That is something about which I suspect other provinces would have something to say, and so I don't think it's becoming of the Finance Committee of the House of Commons to decide that it's appropriate without any real discussion or consultation to change the way in which provinces would go about initiating a conversation about the equalization formula. I think for parties that are serious about honoring the rights of provinces, I think that kind of discussion and agreement is required. And because there has been no such discussion and there has been no such agreement, I don't think it's appropriate for this committee to decide to make a change like that on a unilateral basis. There are some amendments proposed for the Bank Act. I believe these amendments are amendments that we've seen already in this Parliament as a private member's bill. The New Democratic critic on that bill, Randall Garrison, did some good work, and we've had a debate already. New Democrats had a position on those amendments at that time in the House, and nothing has changed in that regard here at the Finance Committee. I want to talk a little bit about some of the excise tax amendments. Canadians that have been following this file will know that New Democrats have opposed the automatic escalator. We don't think that that's a good idea, and a big part of that is the role of Parliament and the unpredictability of inflation rates, and I think we've seen that. And we've also seen that as inflation goes up, that can have a real negative impact on the core business of certain companies that are subject to the excise tax. So that's the position on the automatic escalator. The thing is that these amendments as a package go a lot further than that. They actually return the excise tax to 2017 or 2018 levels from before the automatic escalator was put in place. We support not having an increase in the excise tax this year, but again, but that's different than reducing the excise tax. And we also haven't said that we're opposed to excise tax increases, reasonable ones, in the future. We just think they should be voted by Parliament. So the package on the excise tax would substantially lower the excise tax. It's not just a matter of keeping it at zero. It would actually go back to, I think it's 2017 levels, which would involve a substantial rebate, as I understand it, of the excise tax. And well, we just had a lecture on making tax policy retroactively. I think this falls along the same lines. Interestingly, this does substantially change the excise tax position of the government, whereas the other changes that were referred to earlier have to do with digital payment infrastructure. And I would say, and this is why I'm comfortable supporting this legislative change, what's going on here I don't think is an egregious example of retroactive legislation. It seems to me, and we've heard this to some extent around the table, that the government has had a pretty consistent position over the last 20 or 30 years in respect of this tax. it has collected the tax. So it's not a matter of going back and taking a tax. The government implemented a tax. It's been assessing and collecting that tax. It's a tax on big banks, which have made tons of money over just the last couple of years, let alone over the 20 to 30 years that this tax has been in place. The amount of revenue generated by that tax is not an incredible amount. I've heard some people use that as an argument to say it should be no problem for the government to give it back, but when you compare it to the profits that the banks make, it also is a good question why we think taxpayers would remit that money back to the biggest banks in Canada when the government has had a consistent position and has been collecting the tax. So I get that big banks want a rebate on the tax, but when we were hearing from the person from their organization, I didn't hear a compelling reason for why we would rebate those big banks and not continue doing business as has been done for the last 20 or 30 years. So it's an odd thing where we've got a claim that it's retroactive, but actually in this case the retroactivity simply affirms the status quo. And it's only, and up to sometime within the last year, the courts had actually maintained the government's position. It was in an appeal court decision that was reversed, and the government has acted relatively quickly in order to change the legislation in order to preserve the status quo and save taxpayers having to refund big banks. So that's a case where I think actually what's going on is not anywhere near as nefarious as it's been made out to be, and that's why I won't be supporting those amendments. When it comes to the EI Appeal Board, I know we've got a few amendments. What I want to say globally about the changes to the Appeal Board that are in the Budget Implementation Act is that I think largely this is a change that's headed in the right direction, and we've heard that from a lot of different folks. Of course, we didn't get to hear it at this table, but we've heard it elsewhere. I think that's a really positive thing. And so some of the details that we might quibble about and that the amendments seek to change, I think overall are not huge, and they don't substantially alter what's going on. In respect of the block amendment to slightly change the reporting relationship of the executive head of the EI Appeal Board, that's one that I am inclined to support. That's something I too have heard from stakeholders, and I think it provides a little more clarity. In respect to the block amendment around in-person appeals, I'm satisfied that the legislation goes at least as far as the amendment would. I worry that the language here might make things needlessly complicated. If there is an issue, I think it's in the kind of vagueness of except in the circumstances provided for, because those are circumstances provided for in regulations. To the extent that I share Mr. Saint-Mary's concern that people should always be able to insist on an in-person hearing, I actually think it's the exception that is probably the biggest threat to that, and I know that that's preserved by his amendment, and so I don't intend to support that particular amendment. In terms of the amendment that would create some reporting on cost, I'm not usually opposed to such things, but I don't really see the purpose here. I think this is a real change in the way that the appeal board is going to work. It's not a change that's being made for the sake of cost effectiveness. It's a change that's being made in order to hopefully be able to hear more appeals more quickly and to have fairer outcomes for people that have been hearing those cases. So I think trying to artificially maintain an idea of what the operating cost structure would be for something that's changing substantially over the years is
MP
not
Blakey,
advised.
yeah, there are bells. We do need UC to continue. There are bells in the House right now. Do we
No.
have use?
Okay.
Did I hear a no?
Yep.
There's a no. We are at 9:55 was on your time.
Okay.
Okay, MP Blakey, so that's a no.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, we're suspended. Blakey had the floor. MP Blakey, you had just over 5 minutes left for your remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. So I was just in the process of going over the proposed amendments and wanted to just briefly address the amendment on applying GST or not to cryptocurrency mining. Just to say that it was an interesting discussion that we had in respect to the witness testimony that we heard. I am satisfied that the department understands the problems that have been raised and that the intention is to try and create a fair tax policy in this regard, being sensitive to the concerns that have been raised. I think it sounds to me like the dispute is over whether or not the legislation is clear enough. It seems to me that it's worth giving this particular legislation a shot. I wasn't convinced by the arguments around the table that the legislation is obviously not clear enough, and it does seem to me that the department has a relatively clear intention in terms of how it believes that legislation should be implemented. I do think that this is the kind of thing that can be evaluated over time, and so, open in the future to perhaps revisiting this question, but for the moment, I'm satisfied with the legislation in its present form. I wanted to also talk briefly about the interswitching proposal. As I understand it, there have been no amendments proposed for that. But we have had a good discussion here. I represent Transcona. There's a lot of folks that work for the railway. I think there are some real concerns that I'm not as prepared to dismiss as the agricultural lobby on the Hill about employment in Canada and business being essentially handed off to American Railways. So the interswitching proposal is one that I find hard to support. I will be requesting a recorded vote on clause 443, which is the first of the interswitching clauses. If that clause passes anyway, then I won't request a recorded vote on the subsequent clauses for the sake of efficiency. But if you could take note of that, Mr. Chair, and consider myself to have already requested that vote, that would be great. If we're doing it late in the night, I may miss the opportunity. I would hate to think so. I will do my best to be vigilant, but that's why I want to lay that marker down now and inform you, Mr. Chair, that that is my intention. So any kind reminders in the event that I do miss it are certainly welcome. Finally, I want to go through some of the amendments on the Air Passenger Bill of Rights. Actually, I think a substantial amount of the package is dedicated to this, and I would be remiss if I didn't commend my colleague Taylor Backrack for all the work that he's done on the passenger rights question generally, but also in preparing these amendments. And I regret that Mr. Backrack isn't here to present them himself. He had wanted to be. He had made efforts to be here on Thursday. Members of the committee will know that he was here, and that had we not been subject to a filibuster, that we very likely would have considered those amendments in the time that he made available to be here. It has been a very unpredictable process around this table, including the 11th hour agreement to have any time at all to discuss amendments. And so, unfortunately, we weren't prepared to have Mr. Backrack here to do that. So any errors or omissions in the presentation of the amendments are my own. They're not his, and I apologize in advance if I've not quite captured the intention or the spirit of those in. But when we look at the clause that he or the amendment that he proposed to clause 445, this is something that would put some language back in, protecting the right of the complainant to make their own complaints in addition to any proactive requirements for action by the agency. So there's some concern here that it leaves it to the agency's discretion to be the one to move forward on a complaint, and we believe that the complainant themselves should have the opportunity to move forward even without the agency feeling like that's something they would like to move forward with. We want to make sure that the customer themselves is in the driver's seat when it comes to shepherding their complaints forward. We'd have some concern that where complaints end up being adjudicated, that there's a secrecy provision. We think that's appropriate in the case of mediation, But if something moves to adjudication, open court principles should apply, and there should be a body of precedent that's built and that's public, and that's not something that the current legislation allows. I see I'm getting a little bit of a nod that my time is over, and while there's more to say and more amendments, I am grateful to have had at least this much. I hope next time we'll have a better process that allows for full and proper debate of these amendments instead of this kind of rush job that we've all just been subject to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MP Blakey, and thank you to all members, and thank you for those clear, concise remarks on many of the amendments, be it the party's amendments or those of other parties, and where you stand on those. Now, members, as you know, pursuant to the motion adopted by committee, there will be no more debate. There will be no debate now as we move forward. So we are at Clause 7. Clause 7?
Mr.
No debate.
No, I'm not asking for a point of order. I'm still allowed that. That's still a parliamentary procedure.
Point of order.
Thank you. Could you please read the section into the record? It's not debate.
We're going to suspend for a second. This is the request is something that is not done. I spoke with the legislative clerk and clerks. I believe it's been done once in 20 years, so we will not be doing that. MP Lawrence, we'll be moving forward.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
We are Clause 7.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Clause 7. Point of order.
I wish to challenge the chair's ruling.
Okay. There's a challenge. Okay. Clerk.
Mr. Baker,
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Beach,
Sustain the chair.
Madame Châtel,
Sustain the chair.
Ms. Dirowitz,
Sustain the chair.
Mr. McDonald,
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Chambers,
Overrule.
Mr. Genuis,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
Overrule.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
No.
Mr. Blakey.
Sustain.
Yeas pour 6, nays contre 5, 5.
Yep.
Been sustained.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
Can I just understand, because I was sent some documents.
Mr. Genius, we're not going to have debate, and there's no debate
I know,
here.
it's a
There is
point of
no
order,
debate.
Chair.
What
It's
is
a
the point of order?
It's point of order.
Yeah.
I want to clarify the motion that we're operating under, because the motion that I'm have.
The motion, I'll give you the motion, MP Genius. It says here, pursuant to the motion adopted by the committee, there is no debate. That is the motion.
Yeah, the motion I have says that. It says in point 3, if the committee has not completed clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 4:30 on Monday, May 29th, 2023, all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further debate, correct, on all remaining clauses and proposed amendments, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, as well as all questions necessary to report the bill to the House, and to order the chair to report the bill to the House as soon as possible. That's not the whole motion. That's the motion, I think, the section you're talking about. It just makes no reference to the reading, to not reading questions, and the committee's just determined that you
Debate.
shouldn't read
MP
questions.
Genius,
I'm
I've
just
given my
wondering-
ruling.
I'm
I've
just
given my
wondering what the
ruling.
section
MP
is,
Genius,
Chair.
you do not have the floor.
I have
MP
a point of
Genius-
order. I don't have the floor.
No,
That's
MP,
correct.
MP Genius, I've
The point
given
of
my
order is
ruling.
not having the floor.
I've given
It's
my
a
ruling.
matter of order.
MP Genius, I've given my ruling.
Yeah.
It's been sustained. We are moving on.
Chair,
Members,
my,
we are
my
at, we are
question
at
is which
clause
motion are
7.
we operating under? I just like to know
We
if
are
I
at clause
have the correct,
7.
correct motion, Chair. That's my point of order.
Yeah. Okay.
Is the section I read out from the correct motion?
MP Genius, we are at clause 7. That's where we are right now.
Yeah. Point of order, Chair. I'm just trying to understand which motion we're operating under, because the section of the motion I read out makes no reference to you reading or not reading the question. And you've determined that you're not to read the question, which is very odd to me. But I just want to make sure I'm using the correct motion.
Debate, Mr. Chair.
Could you send me the motion we're operating under, Chair, then? Because I'm
MP Genuis,
trying to understand
MP Genuis.
where this is in the motion.
This is debate. You are getting into something that we were not discussing.
No, it's a matter of order, Chair.
MP Genius, we are now at clause 7. Okay, clause 7.
Shame
Clerk?
on you for not
Clerk?
reading the questions we're
We're at
voting
clause
on.
7.
There's nothing in the motion that was adopted on that.
Recorded
Division?
recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote.
Vote for Clause 7, Mr. Baker,
In favor.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel,
En faveur.
Ms. Derwitz,
In favor.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. Genuis,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Mr. Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
Yeas pour 7, 7, nays contre 4, 4.
Carried. Clause 8.
Chair, I'd like to move to delete the clause. It's not debate.
Debate.
It's an amendment.
Clause 8. Clause 8.
Sorry,
Clerk,
point
call
of
the
order,
vote, please.
Chair. It's a deletion amendment.
There is no debate. Clause,
It's not debate,
Clause
it's an
8.
amendment.
Clause 8.
Point of order, Chair. Amendments are in order.
Debate.
There's nothing
No,
in the motion.
no amendments are in order.
No
You might have missed that part of
amendments,
the meeting.
nothing
I look forward
other
to
than
the vote.
vote.
There's nothing in the motion that was adopted that says you can't move deletion amendments.
We'll hear from the legislative clerk, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not in order to move an amendment to delete a clause. You have to vote against the clause.
Okay, so you've heard MP Genius, you can't do it. We're on to Clause 8.
Okay, sorry, I'm challenging the chair on that. That's not my
Okay,
understanding. With all
there's
due
a
respect
challenge,
to the,
clerk.
To the,
Challenge of the chair, Mr. Baker,
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Beach,
Sustain the chair.
Madame Châtel,
En faveur.
Ms. Derwitz,
In favor.
Mr. McDonald,
Sustain.
Mr. Chambers,
Overrule.
Mr. Genuis,
no.
Mr. Lawrence,
Overrule.
Morantz,
Overrule.
Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Sustain.
Yeas pour 7, 7, nays contre 4, 4.
Carried. Clause 9.
Clause 8.
Okay, you was
Mr.
voting
Chair.
no. Okay, so, okay, apologize, go back. Okay. So anyway, it was
was that
sustained.
debate
It was
as well?
sustained. We're on to Clause 8.
So we should, can I point out that we should vote
No,
on
you
it, or is
can't
that
point
debate?
anything out. MP Genius.
I'm
you
asking
can't.
for a recorded division. Is that debate?
You can ask for recorded
Great.
division, yes.
On division.
We want a recorded division.
Okay, so we're at
Just
Clause
trying to
8.
understand the distinctions you're making. Chair.
Mr. Baker,
In favor.
Mr. Beach,
In favor.
Madame Châtel,
En faveur.
Ms. Derwitz,
In favor.
Mr. McDonald,
I don't know. In how he favor. got his name.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. Genuis,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz, no. Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey, Mr. Blakey.
Sorry? Sustain.
But it's not sustained,
Oh.
it's for the
Oh,
clause.
sorry, on the clause? Yes, I'm voting yes on the clause.
Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Carried. Clause 9.
Mr. Baker,
In favor.
Mr. Beach,
In favor.
Madame Châtel,
En faveur.
Ms. Derwitz,
In favor.
Mr.
In favor.
McDonald,
In favor.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Genuis,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz. No. Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey,
Yes.
yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Carried. Clause 10.
Mr. Baker, recorded vote.
On division.
On division?
Mr. Baker,
In favor.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel,
En faveur.
Ms. Derwitz,
In favor.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
Nope.
Mr. Genuis.
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz. No. Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey, Ms. Gazan,
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Gazan, MP Gazan, yeah, you can't be recognized at this time. We need an official substitution. That should have come into the clerk.
Move
Can
to
you check?
suspend
No?
while Ms. Gazan gets officially recognized.
Yeah.
Can we have not got it. Well, we're seeing if the clerk has received, because it looks like it has been sent. I don't know if there's.
I should give out the numbers because I
No.
didn't get it yet.
You did not receive?
No, I should give out the numbers and she would be on the next vote.
Okay. Okay. Clerk, if you can
I'm just going to call my word.
let us know how the vote went.
So, 6 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, it's carried. Okay, we're going to suspend for a couple of minutes. And I think we've got that cleared up on the substitution, and we're at clause 11. Clause 11? Clerk, please.
Mr. Baker?
In favor.
Mr. Beach?
I'm in favor.
Madame Châtel?
En faveur.
Ms. Therowitz?
In favor.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Genuis?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan?
Yes.
Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Carried.
Brief point of
Clause-
order.
Clause 12,
Point of order.
point of order.
Would it be too much to ask for the sections to be read?
Yes, it would. We're not doing that. MP Lawrence.
Oh,
so-
my goodness. Come
Clause-
on, Mr.
clause
Chair.
12.
Wow.
I'm challenging the chair on that, to read the sections. Come on, just read the sections. Give us a
MP
little bit.
Genius, you haven't been on this committee. Maybe you don't understand how
No,
things
Chair,
how
I
things are
understand how
working.
things are supposed to work at committees. So if
you're
this
you're
is Peter
challenging the chair-
Fonseca land
no
with a whole
no
bunch of different
debating,
rules,
no
that's
debating,
fine. But I know the
MP
standing orders very,
And
very
we'll
well.
go to the clerk. Yep. There's a challenge.
A challenge of the chair to read the sections? Not to read the...
Reading the sections.
You don't get to unilaterally decide the challenge isn't proceeding.
Suspend. Yes, you can't even be recognized under, it was under debate, so we'll go now, we'll just go back, okay? We're at clause 12, everybody. Clause 12.
Challenge the chair.
No, that was, you were debating within your point of order, and you were debating a motion.
I wasn't debating
So-
a motion. I said you should read the he said you should read the sections. You said you wouldn't read the sections, and I challenged the chair.
Suspended. Motion on a point of order, and that's what you did.
I'm
at
not
the time.
moving a motion. I'm
You
challenging the chair.
You did move a motion on that point of order about reading into the record.
I didn't move a
So-
motion at all. Mr. Lawrence asked you to read the sections as part of the vote, which is standing
On
procedure.
a point of order.
Yes.
On a point of order, MP Genius.
As
yes,
as
you
a
did.
matter of order, he believes, and as do I, that you should read the sections. And then I challenged the chair.
But it all commenced on a point of order. That cannot be done.
No, you cannot move a
That can-
substantive motion
I'll go
on
to
a
the-
point of order. But you can raise a matter of
MP
order
Genius.
on a point of order. That's what a point
Clerk?
of order is for.
Can you just let the member know?
If something needs to be done in committee, it has to be done by a motion. So asking to do something would be done through a motion, and one cannot move a motion on a point of order.
With respect, because it was my point of order. It was not a motion. It was an interpretation.
It was a point of order.
It was, yes, point of order.
Yeah, point of order.
I had a different interpretation. There was no motion. There was no motion. It was an interpretation. The chair believes it's too much work for him to say 115 or 116, and I believe it's appropriate that he should say that so that we can
This
make
is
sure
debate
that
That's
we
debate,
not in
that's
order.
debate.
Just
MP
on the
Lawrence.
point of
That is
order, though,
debate. That
just
is
on the
debate.
on the point of order, Chair, it is not correct to say that you need a motion to ask someone to follow the rules. You need a motion to do something that is different from the existing rules. So if I'm asking the chair to sing a song before each clause, that would require a motion. But asking the chair to read the numbers of the item being voted on is simply asking the chair to follow standing procedure. If the chair is deviating from that or has a different understanding of what standing procedure is, the chair can make a ruling that's different from that. And then it's up to the committee to ultimately decide if there's a challenge to the chair, whether the chair's interpretation of the rules is correct. But it was not done on a motion. There was no motion that was read or moved. A point was made about what the rules should be. That's what a point of order is
we're
for.
suspending for a bit. And we'll give what it says, and so for MP Genius, you can understand what it says in the book, so that you'll be clear for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 766 of the book. Each clause of the bill is a distinct question requiring separate consideration. The committee chair calls each clause successively by number and, after discussion, puts the question on the clause if no amendment is proposed.
I can just respond and ask a follow-up question to the clerk. What that says is that the chair should read, shall clause 7 carry, shall clause 8 carry, which the chair has not been doing. So that would be, that's explicitly what you read, is it not?
Yeah.
The chair has not been doing that.
Okay, so MP Genius, so what you're concerned about is that you would like me to say shall clause 12 carry. Is that correct?
So the appropriate procedure is to identify the clause we're on and say shall the clause carry, and then we proceed to consider the clause. My colleague was asking that you read the section numbers as well, and I do think the book will confirm that regardless of the chair's interpretation, the committee does have the right to challenge the chair's interpretation, and the committee can then make its own determinations, and it can defer to your advice or anyone else's advice. But I think there's two issues. One, the chair should read should actually read the question being asked, and secondly, I agree with my colleague that the sections should be read. If the sections are not going to be read, then I would challenge the chair, and we can have a quick vote on that challenge, and the committee can come to a conclusion. Respectfully, I think we're spending more time discussing whether or not the challenge should be considered than it would take to actually consider the challenge. But it's up to you, Chair, how you want to use that time. But I think it's an important principle that the chair cannot decide to reject a challenge. The purpose of a challenge to the chair is to give committee recourse if the chair members believe the chair is not correct.
Okay, we're going to suspend. So, based on what I heard from the legislative clerk and what was read from the book, we will, and what I heard from MP Genius, so we're going to go into, is this what you're looking for? Shall clause 12 carry?
That is my understanding of what's in the book, and if are you using that as an example, or are you actually asking the question?
Well, I'm asking the question, but is that what you are looking for? Shall clause 12 carry?
That is the correct formula for posing the question to the committee, and then in that case, we proceed to either do it on division or have a recorded vote or something else. And in this case, we'll have a recorded vote.
Mr. Chair, am I subbed in now because I don't want what happened with the new Democratic member to happen?
You are subbed in. Good to see you, Mr. Kmitch. Yeah. You're already here. Always good to see your family, though. I like your family, yes. Yep.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we're in a vote right now, so shall clause 12 carry? We're in a recorded
Recorded
vote.
vote.
Go ahead, clerk, please.
Clause 12, Mr. Baker.
In favor.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel.
En faveur.
Ms. Derowitz.
In favor.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Genuous.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
That answers my question whether I subbed in or not. Thank you. Against.
Mr. Morantz.
Debate. That was debate. Stop him.
Mr. Morantz.
No. Throw him out.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Ms. Gazan, I did not hear the answer.
I said yes.
Ms.
Sorry,
Gazan, you-
yes.
Yes.
Sorry, yes. Yeah, thank you.
Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Carried. Shall clause 13 carry?
Recorded vote, clause 13, Mr. Baker.
In favor.
Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach, I did not hear you, sir.
Yes.
Madame Châtel.
En faveur.
Ms. Derowitz.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Contre.
Mr. Genuous.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
Against. Thank you.
Mr. Morantz.
Against.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Okay, carried. Shall clause 14 carry?
Recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Baker.
En faveur.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel. En faveur.
Yes.
And Mr. McDonald. Yes. Mr. Kimmich.
Je vais voter contre.
Mr. Genuous.
Je votais contre aussi.
Mr. McCauley.
I too vote no.
Mr. Morans.
Contra.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Yeas. 7, nays, 4.
15 carried.
Recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Baker.
In favor.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel. En faveur. Ms. Derowitz.
In favor.
Mr. McDonald. Yes. Mr. Kimmich.
Contre.
Mr. Genuous.
Contre.
Mr. McCauley.
Against. Thank you.
Mr. Morans.
Against.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall clause 16 carry?
Recorded division.
Vote on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Baker.
In favor.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Derowitz.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald. Yes. Mr. Kimmich.
Yes.
Mr. Genuous.
No.
Mr. McCauley.
No.
Mr. Morans.
Yes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Yeas,
Mr. Chair.
9.
Sorry,
I apologize.
Point of order, Chair. Is there unanimous consent to change my vote? I was, because these sections are not being read, it creates some challenges, but this is.
No point, there's no point of order till the results are announced. The results, yes?
Yeas, 9. Nays, 2.
Carried.
Okay, point of order, Chair. Is there unanimous consent to allow members to change their vote? You're not, again, without reading the amendments, which is very unusual, I think it would be a reasonable courtesy. I support this section. I just was looking at
Heard
the wrong
no,
section.
so shall clause
Oh, sorry, I have
17
to-
carry.
Sorry, on the same point of order, I would appreciate.
There's a no.
really?
So we
Even
are
though I'm not
moving,
trying-
members shall clause 17 carry. Clerk, please.
Okay.
Recorded
If that's the
division.
game you're going to play, then we will do the same. You guys always freak out. No, I'm not your dear.
Mr.
but
Chair?
thank you.
Mr. Baker?
In favor.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Châtel? Oui. Ms. Ritz?
Yes.
Mr. MacDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Against.
Mr. Jennis?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
This one I am against.
Against? Sorry? Yes, thank you. Mr. Morans?
Against.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gizan?
Yes.
Yeas, 7, nays, 4.
Carried. Clause 18 carried.
Recorded vote.
Thank you. Mr. Baker?
In favor.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Châtel? Oui. Ms. Ritz?
Yes.
Mr. MacDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich? Mr. Jennis?
So double check the section now to make sure we don't have a problem. Against, thank you.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
Against.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan?
Yes.
Yeas, 7, nays, 4.
Point of order,
Shall
Mr.
clause
Chair.
19
Point of order,
carry.
Chair.
Point of order?
Point of order, yes. With great respect, I think there's a colleague online that's not using the appropriate headset. Who evidently is not wearing a headset, so.
No, everybody has been tested, and then who was that? Are you pointing out members? No, I'll look at the clerk. Clerk?
Well, I
There-
don't
there's-
want to embarrass
there's
the
a
member.
point- There's a point of order about the headset.
Je pense qu'il parle de moi. Comme il n'était pas là pendant les tests de son, il parle à travers.
I think he's talking about me, and he wasn't here during the sound test, so I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
Headset, regardless of the sound test?
It is an approved headset, MP Genius.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, it's been
That's not-
tested. It's an
that's not-
approved.
that's not the rules.
It is approved. It is an approved
All right.
headset. Yeah.
Even without the right headset, you're allowed to vote yes or no.
Yeah, okay, yep. Genius, just for all members' sakes, actually, if you are virtual, you are allowed to vote. If anything does happen with your headset, your mic, you're not able to speak, you could do a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Okay. So we are on to shall clause 19 carry.
Recorded vote.
Thank you. Mr. Baker?
In favor.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Châtel? En faveur. Ms. Ritz?
Yep.
Mr. MacDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Against.
Mr. Jennis?
Oh, sorry. Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against, thank you.
Mr. Morans?
Against.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gizan?
Yes.
Yeas, 7, nays, 4.
Carry. Shall clause 20 carry.
Recorded vote.
Thank you. Mr. Baker?
In favor.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Zeritz.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimich.
Against.
Mr. Jennis.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
Against.
Mr. Morans.
Against.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gizan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 21 carry?
Recorded vote.
Thank you. Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Zeritz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimich.
Against.
Mr. Jennis.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
Against.
Mr. Morans.
Against.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeas 7, nays 4.
22 carry.
Vote par appel nominal.
Merci. Monsieur Baker.
Yes.
Monsieur Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Zeritz.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimich.
No.
Mr. Jennis.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
Against.
Mr. Morans.
Against.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gizan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 23 carry?
Recorded vote.
Thank you. Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel. Ms. Zeritz. Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimich.
Against.
Mr. Jennis.
No.
Mr. McCauley.
No.
Mr. Morans.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gizan. Ms. Gizan.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 24 carry?
Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Zeritz.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimich.
Contre.
Mr. Jennis.
No.
Mr. McCauley.
No, thank you.
Mr. Morans.
Contra.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gizan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall 25 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel. Ms. Zeritz.
Absolutely.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimich.
Contre.
Mr. Genius.
No.
Mr. McCauley.
No.
Mr. Morans.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gizan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Shall Clause 26 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Thank you. Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel? Oh oui. Ms. Deritz?
Absolutely.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kmitch?
Contre.
Mr. Genus?
No.
Mr. McCauley?
No.
Mr. Morans?
Contre.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Pour.
Ms. Gazan?
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 27 carry?
Vote par appel nominal. Un vote par appel nominal, Monsieur le Président.
Sorry, I didn't get interpretation.
Un vote par appel nominal.
Okay. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Baker?
In favor.
Mr. Beach?
Yeah.
Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Deritz?
Sure, why not?
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kmitch?
Against.
Mr. Genus?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
No, I'm not. That's the problem. If you'd read the questions, then I'd be more sure.
Mr. McCauley?
Sure,
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm waiting for the conversation back and
sure.
forth to end. No.
Thank you. Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan?
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Shall Clause 28 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Thank you. Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Oui.
Madame Châtel? Oui. Ms. Deritz?
Yep.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kmitch?
Contre.
Mr. Genus?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
En faveur.
Ms. Gazan?
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Shall Clause 29 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Let's do it different. Yeah.
Avec dissidence.
Pas cette fois-là.
Thank you. Mr.
Dans
Baker?
le futur.
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yep.
Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Deritz?
Sure.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kmitch?
Contre.
Mr. Genus?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
Nope.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan?
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 30 carry?
Recorded vote.
Merci. Monsieur Baker?
Yes.
Monsieur Beach?
Okay.
Put your thumbs up. Yes.
Okay, yes.
Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Madame Deritz?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kmitch?
I was almost there, but still a no.
Mr. Genus?
Strongly against.
Mr. McCauley?
No.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan?
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Chair.
Point of order.
I know some government members may want to communicate their lack of enthusiasm for the budget, but is there a I wonder if the clerk can clarify if there's. I wonder if the clerk can clarify if there's what the appropriate
Shall Clause
format.
31 carry?
Chair, it is a point of order.
It is not a point
With
of
a little bit of
order.
rhetorical
It is not a
flourish, it
point
was
of
a point of order. I'm wondering if the clerk can clarify what the
Clerk, it's not a
appropriate
point of order.
what the
It's not a point of
appropriate
order.
direction is for a yay or nay.
Clerk, it's not a point of order.
Is an okay sufficient for a yay?
Listen,
That's my
thumbs up.
question.
We saw a positive gesture, be it a thumbs up or somebody saying a yay or a yes. There are many different ways of communicating that it is a yay or a nay. And in my opinion, it was communicated by P.S. Beach, as a yay. So we are moving on to shall clause 31 carry?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Thank you.
We'll
Mr.
see how he
Baker.
feels about this one.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Affirmative.
Madame Châtel.
Oui, oui.
Mr. Ritz.
Absolutely.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Encore non.
Mr. Genus.
Against.
Mr. Mc.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Shall clause 32 carry?
Recorded vote, please.
Merci. Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yay.
Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Yep.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Mr. Genus.
No.
Mr. McCauley.
Sorry, no.
Mr. Morans. Nope. Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
En faveur.
Ms. Gizan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall clause 33 carry?
Vote par
Avec
appel nominal.
décidence.
Recorded division.
Merci. Monsieur Baker.
In favor.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Contre.
Mr. Genus.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
Against?
Mr. Morans.
Nope.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall clause 34 carry?
Recorded vote.
Thank you. Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Deritz.
Absolutely.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Contre.
Mr. Genus.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
Against?
Mr. Morans.
Nope.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gizan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall clause 35 carry?
Recorded vote, please.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Miss Deritz. Yes. Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Contre.
Mr. Genus.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
Against?
Mr. Morans.
Nope.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
En faveur.
Ms. Gizan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall clause 36 carry?
Vote
Defeated
par
on
appel
division?
nominal.
That's on division.
Defeated on division?
On division?
Defeated on division?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yeah.
Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Oh, yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Contre.
Mr. Genus.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
Against?
Mr. Morans. Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gizan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried.
Chair.
Shall clause 37 carry?
Chair.
Shall clause 37
Recorded
carry?
vote.
Recorded vote.
On division.
On division.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote?
Thank you. Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz,
Oh, yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kmitch,
Contre.
Mr. Guinness,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Morans, Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried.
Chair, can I just have the floor
Shall
for a sec?
Clause 38 carry?
Court division.
Chair.
Shall Clause
Thank
38
you.
carry? Recorded division.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Derowitz,
Yes, please.
Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald,
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
No.
Mr. Guinness,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Oops, sorry, no.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
En faveur.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Yes, 7, nays 4.
Chair.
Shall
Can I have
Clause
the floor for a
39 carry?
Recorded vote.
dissidence.
The recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Baker. Yes. Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Derowitz,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Guinness,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Against.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Pour 7, contre 4.
Chair, just on a point.
Shall Clause 40 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Derowitz,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Guinness,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Against.
Mr. Morans,
Against.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Pour 7, contre 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 41 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
It was a recorded vote.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yeah.
Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Derowitz,
Oh, yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Guinness,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Against, thank you.
Mr. Morans, Monsieur Saint-Marie,
En faveur.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 42 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
On division?
Pass on division.
Mr. Baker,
Favor.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel,
Pour toi, Pierrot. Oui.
Ms. Derowitz, Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Guinness,
Sorry, I can't sing. I would like to. Against.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Pour.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 43 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Clerk?
Recorded division.
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yep.
sorry, Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Thank you. Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zerovitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Guinness?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans? Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gizan?
Yes.
Pour 7, contre 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 44 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zerovitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Guinness?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Pour.
Ms. Gizan?
Yes.
Yes, 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 45 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Merci. Monsieur Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Châtel?
Pour Petit Pierre, oui.
Ms. Zerovitz?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Guinness?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
En faveur.
Ms. Gizan?
Yes.
Yes, 7, nays 4.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
Yeah, you've been a little bit harder on members of this side than the other side when it comes to apparently smuggling editorial comments into
Not a point of
votes or
order.
other comments.
C'est un débat.
When a member is voting, it is a point of order. Let me finish. When a member is voting,
Too long.
there's a time limit on points of order, Ms. Zarowitz. When a member is voting, they're generally not supposed to editorialize about their reasons for or against in the process of taking the vote. If that's allowed, then I will do it as well. But there were members that were doing it repeatedly in the last couple of rounds.
MP Genius, so we will.
This is a matter of order.
Yeah,
and this
MP
is a
Genius,
rule.
I'm listening to you. I've
you.
heard what you've had to say. So, yeah, and
Excellent.
I'll say to the members, yeah, just give a positive sign. It's a yes, yay, thumbs up, thumbs down. That is how members should vote, and we'll get through this, and we'll move forward. So, point taken, MP Genius. And now we are back there.
Sorry, Chair. Just one other thing. Thank you. I would like to move, since you've given me the
There's
floor.
no moving, no MP Genius.
No,
No, there is no debate.
You
There
gave
is
me
no
the
debate.
floor.
No, there isn't, MP Genius.
But you gave me the floor. I have a motion on
MP
notice
Genius, there's no
under
debate.
Mr.
There is no
Holland's name.
debate, clerk.
But you
Continue,
provided me the
please.
floor, Chair.
There is no debate. There is no
division.
debate.
It's not.
You can't do it on a point of order
No,
anyway.
I had
MP
a point of
Genius.
order, and then
MP
you gave me
Genius,
the
you
floor
can't-
after that.
MP Genius, please.
You gave me the floor after that, Chair.
Listen, a little order, MP Genius, okay? I know you're new to this committee. I know you're subbing on.
Chair,
I know you want to make a show for the members.
Finance committee.
MP Genius.
The finance committee
MP
does not
Genius.
have separate standing orders from other committees.
MP Genius,
And,
MP Genius, you cannot move a motion on a point of order.
I'm
MP
well aware
Genius,
of that. I didn't move a motion on a
MP
point of
Genius,
order.
we are moving on.
I sought the floor afterwards. I
are
raised the
moving
point of
on and
order.
vote.
You affirmed my point of order, and then I
MP
sought the floor after that. I didn't say point of order. The record will show.
MP Genius, listen, we're moving on.
Chair, I sought
Shall
the floor.
clause 46 carry?
Chair,
Clerk.
I have the
Avec
floor.
précédence.
Okay,
division.
on
Avec
division?
précédence.
On division, members? A recorded vote, please, clerk, recorded vote.
Thank you.
Wasn't I not clear? I said recorded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Baker?
Favor.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Châtel? Mr. Deritz?
Wait. Zerowitz.
Miss
Yes,
Deritz.
okay, yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Guinness?
Contre.
Mr. McCauley?
No.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gizan?
Yes.
Yeas, 7, nays, 4.
Carried. Shall clause 47 carry?
Recorded vote.
Thank you. Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Zerowitz.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Against.
Mr. Guinness.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
Against?
Mr. Morans.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Yes, 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 48 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Mr. Baker.
Recorded division.
Mr. Beach.
Oui.
Madame Châtel.
Oui, Pierrot. Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Against.
Mr. Guinness.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
Against?
Mr. Morans.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes.
Pour 7, contre 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 49 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Mr. Baker.
Recorded division.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel.
Ouais.
Ms. Derowitz.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Against.
Mr. Jenneth.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
Against?
Mr. Morans.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan.
Yes, Madam Chair, my pad is sticking a little bit. Is it possible for me to vote with my thumb up just so I don't hold the committee back? I just feel like I'm wasting people's time.
Because then, yes, you can thumbs up, yeah, or thumbs down, whatever way you want to vote, you can vote. Yes, MP Gazan, you can vote with your thumbs up or thumbs down, yes. Okay.
You can't do a point of order in the middle of a vote, but just for.
It was not a point of order. It was a clarification about how to vote, if she was able to vote.
No, but
By-
she
by
already
you-
voted.
Debate,
It's not a
Mr.
big, I'm just
Okay,
saying.
anyway,
You know, you gotta,
Be lured.
If
you
could
do
just-
points of
Yes,
order.
Let's hear them, let's hear
7.
them. 7, it's
Ye-
carried, yes.
Nays 4.
Carried. Yes.
Might be new to
Shall
this committee,
Clause
but the rules
50
are the
carry?
rules.
Shall Clause 50
Those are
carry?
the rules.
Recorded division.
But
Division?
by, no,
Par appel
record,
Recorded vote?
Mr.
15.
Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel.
Oui. We have a stretch
Ms.
every
Jarrett.
50.
Yes, exactly. Oh, we already have some. Oh, yes. Oh, mon Dieu.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Contre.
Mr. Jenneth.
against.
Mr. McCauley.
Against?
Mr. Morans. Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Shall Clause 51 carry?
Recorded vote.
Clerk?
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Ms. Châtel.
Yes.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Contre.
Mr. Jenneth.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
Against?
Mr. Morans. Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 52 carry?
Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yeah.
Madame Châtel. Ms. Derowitz.
Oh, yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Mr. Jenneth.
No.
Mr. McCauley.
No.
Mr. Morans.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 53 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded vote.
Merci. Ms. Zaretz.
Oh, yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Against.
Mr. Genius.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
No.
Mr. Morans.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Pour 7 contre 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 54 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Thank you. Mr. Baker. Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Zaretz.
Yes, please.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Contre.
Mr. Genius.
Against.
Ms. McCauley.
No.
Mr. Morans.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 55 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Thank you. Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Zaretz.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Contre.
Mr. Genius.
Against.
Mr. McCauley.
No.
Mr. Morans.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Shall Clause 56 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Merci. Monsieur Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Oui.
Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Zaretz.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Contre.
Mr. Genius.
Against.
Ms. McCauley.
Against.
Sorry.
Sorry, against?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Morans.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 57
Vote
carry?
par appel nominal.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
In favor.
Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Zaretz.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Contre.
Mr. Genius.
Against.
Ms. McCauley.
Against?
Mr. Morans.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 58 carry?
Mr. Chair, I would respectfully like to request a recorded vote.
Okay, MP Morantz, a recorded vote?
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yeah.
Madame Châtel. Oh que oui. Ms. Zaretz.
Absolutely.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Fears and
Mr. Janice?
editorializing, I think. Absolutely not.
Mr. McCauley.
Against?
Mr. Morans.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Pour 7 contre 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 59 carry?
Mr. Chair, conservative members would very much like to see a recorded vote on this clause.
Recorded vote?
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Zaretz.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Janice,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Against?
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Pour.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Chair, just a point of order. When a member votes by thumb, is that recorded in the same way that it's recorded for the other
It
votes?
is recorded, yes.
Okay.
So shall clause 60 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
On division?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
In favor?
Madame Châtel. Oui. Madame Châtel? Ms. Deritz,
Absolument.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Monsieur Kimmich,
Encore contre.
Mr. Janice,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Against?
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall clause 61 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
A recorded division.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
In favor?
Madame Châtel, oui, mon Pierrot. Ms. Deritz,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Genius,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Against?
Mr. Morans, Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried.
Point of order, Chair. Imagine how quickly this would go if we had had the 10 hours of testimony that you promised in
Debate.
addition to the 10 that we're agreeing to.
Yes. Shall clause 62 carry?
It was in the original motion. I
Mr.
understand.
Chair,
Clause
we'd
62
like to have
carry.
Which I read.
Recorded.
On division? On division?
Madam Chair, I just asked for a recorded.
Okay, and P.
vote.
Morantz, sorry, didn't hear you. Recorded vote.
Yes.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
In favor?
Madame Châtel, oui. Ms. Deritz,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Janice,
Against.
Ms. McCauley,
Against?
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall clause 63 carry?
Recorded division, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel, oui. Ms. Deritz,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Multiple levels
Mr. Janice?
of redundancy so that we make sure it gets done. No.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
En faveur.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall clause 64 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel, oh que oui. Ms. Deritz,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Janice,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Against?
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yea 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall clause 65 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Thank you. Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel. Absolument oui. Ms. Deritz,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Janice,
No.
Mr. McCauley?
Against?
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 66 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Encore contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against, please.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 67 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against?
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 68 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
A recorded division.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Yeah.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against?
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Pour.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 69 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against?
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Pour 7, contre 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 70 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Monsieur Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Châtel?
Oui, mon petit Pierre.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against?
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Members, I'll put on my reading glasses here. We're at Clause 71, and this is CPC 01. And it is, the chair's ruling on this is Bill C-47 amends several acts, including the Income Tax Act, to add a mechanism of transmission of information between officials for the purpose of the administration and enforcement of the Canadian Dental Plan. The amendment seeks to add a mechanism of transmission of any confidential information related to an individual between that individual and an official at his or her request, by which the official could not withhold any confidential information related to the person. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition states on page 770, quotes, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill, end quote. In the opinion of the chair, this addition is a new concept that is beyond the scope of the bill as adopted by the House at second reading. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible.
Chair, I'd like to respectfully
Debate.
challenge your. It's not debate.
Mr. Chair, can I
like,
have a moment, please?
You gotta learn the rules, Ms.
Debate.
Sarowitz, which
There's
maybe
no
apply
debate.
differently.
There's no debate.
You're right. There's no
Says that
debate.
this-
You can challenge the chair. There's no debate.
Okay, stop the crosstalk, members, please, everybody.
Okay,
There's no debate.
that's correct.
That is the chair's ruling.
And your
Okay.
chair's
It is
ruling is now being
inadmissible.
challenged.
It is inadmissible.
The chair's
There's a-
ruling is now being
there's a
challenged.
The vote
And
is
which is
on.
what I was exactly about to say when I was rudely interrupted by Ms. Sarowitz. So, you know.
The vote is on shall the decision be sustained. Mr. Baker,
Stay in the chair.
Mr. Beach,
Sustain our chair.
Madame Châtel,
En faveur de la décision de notre président.
Ms. Deritz,
Stay in the chair.
Mr. McDonald,
Sustain.
Mr. Kimmich,
Je vote contre la décision.
Mr. Janice,
Je vote contre aussi.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Morans,
I vote to overrule the chair.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Non.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 6, nays 5.
Chair, sorry,
Okay,
it was page
sustained.
770, right?
Sorry?
You said page 770 in
No,
your ruling?
this is CPC. We just voted on my ruling on CPC 0.1. Yep. Okay.
Page number in
And
the
it
book.
was sustained, so we are.
The page number in the book, Chair. That's all
Yeah.
I want.
Page
It
number
was
in the 770? 770, yes. Okay. So it was sustained, so we are moving on, members, and now we are on to 71. Okay. Shall clause 71 carry? 72?
72.
Okay. Okay, suspend for a minute. Clause 71 carry.
On division, Mr. Chair. Sorry, recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Recorded.
Do you want to walk over there to their side now?
Mr. Baker,
Recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Baker,
In favor.
Mr. Beach,
Yep.
Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Deritz,
Absolument.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich, Mr. Janice,
Against.
Ms. McCauley,
Against?
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Okay, carried. So, members, I am going to try this. I'm not sure how much success it will have, but there are no amendments between clauses 72 and 112. So we would need UC to group those.
We have some discussion about that
Okay.
first.
There's no discussion.
Could
The
we
discussion
suspend to
is,
discuss
listen,
among parties?
I heard a no, so we're on
I
the shall
think
clause
we might be open
72
to it
carry.
if we suspended and talked
Shall
about it
clause
for a bit.
72 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Deritz,
Absolument.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich, Mr.
We'll
Janice,
experience the joy. No.
Mr. McCauley,
I too will just say no.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Three carried.
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Vous voulez que je me répète, Monsieur le Président?
Would you like me to repeat myself?
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Miss Deritz. Oui. Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Non.
Mr. Jenneth,
No.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Mr. Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 74 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel,
Ah oui.
Ms. Deritz,
Ah, oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Jenneth,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Mr. Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan, pour 7, contre 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 75 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Madame Deritz,
Absolutely.
Mr. McDonald, Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Jenneth,
No.
Mr. McCauley,
No. You're going to get over
Mr. Morans,
No.
Mr. Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 76 carry?
On division, recorded vote. I better stop asking you. Recorded vote,
recorded
please.
vote.
Are you sure, Marty?
We defeated on division?
MP Morantz? Okay, there you go. Okay. Clerk?
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Deritz,
Oui, oui, oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Jenneth,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Against.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Mr. Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Yeah, members, if you're not saying anything, I just need the mics to be on mute because we're getting some cracking sounds coming through. Yep, so just on mute when you're not speaking. Yep, shall Clause 77 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Deritz,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Jenneth,
Against.
Ms. McCauley,
Against.
Mr. Morans, Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 78 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker, Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Deritz,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas, 7, nays, 4.
Shall Clause 79 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Châtel?
Oui, mon Pierrot.
Ms. Derritz?
Oui, oui, oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Pour 7, contre 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 80 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Yes, thank you. Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Derowitz? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas, 7, nays, 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 81 carry?
Recorded division.
On division.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Présente.
Ms. Derowitz?
Oui, oui, oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Mr. Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas, 7, nays, 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 82 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Beach also? Okay, good. Just make sure because you're the one who's, yeah.
Vote par appel nominal.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel? Ms. Derowitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
No.
Mr. McCauley?
No.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas, 7, nays, 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 83 carry?
Recorded division, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Derowitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Ms. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Pour 7, contre 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 84 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Monsieur Baker?
Yes.
Monsieur Beach?
Nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Monsieur Beach, Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Ritz,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Oh, contre.
Mr. Guinness,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Also against.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas, 7, nays, 4.
Carried. Clause 85. Shall Clause 85 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui, mon Pierre.
Ms. Ritz,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Guinness,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Against.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas, 7, nays, 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 86 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel, Ms. Ritz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Guinness,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Against.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas, 7, nays, 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 87 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Ritz,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Guinness,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Against.
Ms. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Pour 7 contre 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 88 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel, Ms. Ritz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Dennis,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
No. Sorry, against.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Mr. Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas, 7, nays, 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 89 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Tu peux me répéter, j'ai
Recorded
demandé un
vote.
vote par appel nominal.
I asked for a recorded division.
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Présent. Ms. Ritz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Jennett,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Against.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Mr. Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Ms. Gazan. Yeas, 7, nays, 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 90 carry?
Request a recorded division, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Ritz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
Contre.
Mr. Jennett,
Against.
Ms. McCauley?
No.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Mr. Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Kazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 91 carry?
Chair, could we request a recorded vote on that, please?
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Sorry, Mr. Beach. Okay, thank you. Madame Châtel?
Oui, mon pépé.
Mr. Ritz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
No.
Mr. Dennis?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Mr. Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 92 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Mr. Ritz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Dennis?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Mr. Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 93 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Chair, if we could have a that, please.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Ritz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
No.
Mr. Dennis?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Mr. Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 94 carry?
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Ritz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
No.
Mr. Genus?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
Nope.
Mr. Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 95 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Okay. Clerk?
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Ritz?
What's
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Dennis?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Pour 7, contre 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 96 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Ritz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Genus?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 97 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui, mon pépé.
Ms. Deritz? Oui. Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 98 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Baker?
Yes.
Ms. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Deritz? Absolutely. Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 99 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Deritz? Oui. Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 100 carry?
Rejeté avec dissidence.
Division. Pass on division.
On division?
Rejeté avec dissidence.
Okay, on division? Okay. No, passed on division? Yeah.
Non, non, pardon. Point of order.
No such thing as
Appel au
defeated on
règlement.
division.
C'est pas ça que j'ai dit.
That's point of order. I did not say that. I said rejected with dissidence.
Okay, I got a different interpretation.
Accepté avec dissidence. Non?
Rejeté
On
avec
division?
dissidence.
Ah ben non.
Defeated
No.
on division.
On division.
Ben
Defeated
oui.
on division.
Ah ben oui.
That's the thing.
Nice try. Ouais, ouais,
I
ouais,
know,
mais
it
moi
doesn't make
aussi.
sense. I know, MP commit, Sean.
It's
Tu peux accepter avec dissidence ou rejeter avec dissidence.
you can accept with on division or reject on division. So it means that it's rejected.
Clause.
C'est ça. Puis
And
après
you
ça,
have
quand
to
tu dis
add-
rejeter avec dissidence.
No.
And so when you say rejected on
Thing on division.
Non, ce que j'ai dit, c'est rejeter avec dissidence.
no, what I said was rejected on division.
The question is different. Shall it be carried? Question mark.
And the answer
With
to that,
dissidence.
the answer to the question is no, it shall not carry on, it shall be
Yes, if
rejected
you-
on division.
But then you change the chair question.
No, you're not changing the question. You're answering the question because on division
Pardon,
means
Monsieur
you're
le Président.
agreeing to
Waste of
proceed
time.
on the
Waste
basis of a.
time.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Record the
It's a-
vote,
it's
yes.
a-
Clerk, record the vote.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yeah.
Madame Châtel?
Ben oui.
Ms. Deritz?
Sure.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. McCauley?
No.
Mr. Morant?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Ms. Gazan? Yeas 7, nays 4.
100 carried, and that's a good time, members, to suspend for about 15 minutes. Thanks. Back. Everybody got a good stretch in, got some air. Okay, members, so we are at shall clause 101 carry.
Recorded division.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach.
Yes.
Mr. Chair. Yes. Mr. Beach.
Oh, we
finished
it.
Madame Chatel.
Oui. Présent.
Mr. Kurtz. Who I don't
Were you
see
looking for?
anywhere.
No, it's Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Yes.
Thank you, sorry. Working through the sheets. And Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Kmeech?
Contre.
Mr. Janis? Mr. Janis?
Against? Against. I was consulting with stakeholders.
Apologies. Mr. McCauley?
No.
Mr. Morantz? Mr.
No.
Morantz?
They're offering me a
No.
job.
Monsieur Gabriel?
It's a great move.
Oui, Monsieur
Saint-Marie.
Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie, merci. Je m'excuse. Monsieur Saint-Marie, je ne vous ai pas entendu. Je m'excuse.
Oui.
Oui. Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
Seven yeas, 4 nays.
Clause 102 carry.
Vote par appel nominal.
Appel au.
Recorded division. Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order. The MP is not wearing a headset and cannot be interpreted.
L'article 100 a bien été adopté avant la pause. Merci, désolé du dérangement.
I am
Point
not
of
getting,
order. We
wait,
didn't
no.
hear the point of order
Yeah,
because
yes,
there was
so
no translation.
MP Samari, we did not get the translation. I did hear about the headset.
Oui,
MP Samari's headset was approved and is approved by the House. Yeah.
Oui,
Okay,
voilà.
but we do need the translation. MP Samari, if we could try again, if we could
Donc,
see if we can get translation.
Si vous pouvez, si vous.
If you could please confirm that interpretation is working now, I will continue talking.
Merci.
Yep.
Je voulais.
I wanted to make sure that clause 100 had been adopted before the break.
It had MP Samari. Yeah. So
Okay,
yeah, just
merci,
before the
désolé.
break, we had done clause 100, and we just did 101. Or yeah, we're on 101. No, we did 101, correct? We just finished 101. Yes. Okay. Okay, and that was carried, and now we are on to clause. So shall clause 102 carry?
Vote par
Mr.
appel
Chair, I'd like to
nominal.
request that we have a recorded vote on
A
that
recorded
particular
vote?
clause in this case.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Chatel?
Oh, yes.
Monsieur Baptiste?
Oui.
Merci. Mr. Heath? McDonald?
Yes.
Look at this. Mr. Kmeech?
Contre.
Mr. Janis?
Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
No. Exercise my.
Mr. McCauley?
No.
Monsieur Gabriel? Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall
Chair.
clause 103 carry?
Mr. Chair?
Shall clause 10, no
Mr.
debate,
Chair?
no debate. Shall clause
it's not a-
103
it's not-
carry?
We've Recorded
clause
division.
clerk, go.
Votes
Shall
for
clause
the
103
recorded
carry?
division.
Mr. Baker?
Recorded division.
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
There's a vote happening. Clerk?
Oh.
Did you record my yes?
Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Monsieur Baptiste? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kmeech?
Contre.
Mr. Jenness?
Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
Contre.
Mr. McCauley?
Against.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 104 carry?
Recorded vote, please.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Sophie?
Yes.
Anyways.
Monsieur Baptiste?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Monsieur Kmeech?
Contre.
Mr. Jenness?
Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. McCauley?
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 105 carry?
We have a recorded
Shall clause
vote
104
on that one, Chair. Is that-
Recorded vote?
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Monsieur Baptiste? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Monsieur Kmeech?
Contre.
Mr. Jenness?
Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
Contre.
Mr. McCauley?
Against, thank you.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 106 carry?
Can we have a recorded vote on that one?
A recorded vote?
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Monsieur Baptiste? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Kmeech?
Contre.
Mr. Jenness?
Against.
Mr. Lawrence? Mr. Lawrence?
Sorry, no.
Mr. McCauley?
Against, thank you.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 107 carry?
Recorded division.
Recorded division?
Mr. Baker? Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Monsieur Baptiste? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Monsieur Kmeech?
Contre.
Merci. Mr. Dennis?
Against.
Mr. Lawrence? Mr. Lawrence?
Sorry, no.
Mr. McCauley?
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 108 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Clerk?
Recorded division?
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Monsieur Baptiste? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Monsieur Kmeech?
Contre.
Merci. Mr. Jenness?
Contre aussi.
I'm sorry, sir.
Contre aussi.
Merci beaucoup. Mr. Lawrence? Mr. Lawrence?
Yeah, no.
Mr. McCauley?
No, thank you.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 109 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division?
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Monsieur Baptiste, Mr. McDonald,
No.
Monsieur Kmitch,
Contre.
Mr. Janice,
Against.
thank you. Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui. Contrairement à I.
Six yeas, 5 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 110 carry?
Point of order, Chair. I just think Mr. McDonald might appreciate knowing that he left his microphone on.
MP McDonald, yes, actually, if everybody, when you're not,
If I was
you're
in
not
that
speaking,
situation-
if you could just keep the mics off, that'd be great, thank you.
It's great how
Okay,
much
so shall
cross-party
Cla-
collaboration
so
is
we're on
happening here, you know.
yep. Shall
Helping each
Clause
other out.
110 carry?
Go ahead, Mr. Lawrence.
I didn't mean to interrupt there. Could we have a recorded division?
Recorded.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Monsieur Baptiste, Mr. McDonald, Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
thank you. Monsieur Kmitch,
Contre.
Mr. Janice,
Against.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. Shall Clause 111 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division, please?
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Mr. Baptiste, Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Monsieur Kmitch,
Hélas, je suis encore contre.
contre, merci. Mr. Janice,
Against.
Mr. Lawrence,
Je m'excuse, contre.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 112 carry?
Mr. Chair, could we have a recorded division on that?
Recorded.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Monsieur Baptiste, Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Monsieur Kmitch,
Contre.
Mr. Janice,
Against.
Mr. Lawrence,
Against.
Mr. McCauley,
Against.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. So our Clause 113, shall G1 carry? Recorded.
That particular clause.
Are you sure?
Mr. Baker,
Yes. Yeah,
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel, Monsieur Baptiste, Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Monsieur Kmitch,
Contre.
Mr. Janice,
Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Macaulay? Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Non.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 113 carry?
Let's have a recorded vote on that
So
one.
shall clause 113 as amended carry?
Oh, shall we have a recorded vote on that all the same, Chair?
A quick point of clarification. Is there a difference between a recorded division and a recorded vote? No, the same?
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Monsieur Baptiste? Mr. McDonald? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Monsieur Gmich?
Contre.
Yes. Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
Against, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Macaulay?
Against.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. Part 2, GST, HST measures, shall clause 114 carry?
Vote par appel nominaire.
Recorded division, please.
Mr. Baker?
Nous demandons une vote.
We would like to ask a recorded vote.
Monsieur Baptiste? Oui. Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Monsieur Gmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Can't interpret from Philip's French to any other language. Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
Contre.
Mr. Macaulay?
I think Mr. Lawrence is trying to speak Klingon there. Against.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, nays.
Carried. Shall clause 115 carry?
Let's do a recorded division.
They
on that
vote
one, I think.
prénomen. You giving up so?
I'm going to give it another crack.
Vote prénomino. Pronominal?
Mr. Baker?
Yes. Pronomino.
Mr. Beach?
Because they put.
Madame Châtel? Monsieur Baptiste? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Monsieur Kmich? Monsieur Kmich?
Contre.
Are you,
Mr. Janice?
were you able to split rounds?
No, I just got 5.
Mr. Janice?
Okay. Oh. Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
She's actually remarkably cooperative. Sorry.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
More
Mr. Macaulay?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Mr. Macaulay?
Sorry. No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 116 carry?
Let's try maybe a recorded division on that one.
Clerk?
Mr. Baker? Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Monsieur Baptiste? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Monsieur Kmich?
Contre.
Mr. Janice?
Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Macaulay?
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 117 carry?
Sure, let's have a recorded vote on that one.
Recorded vote?
Mr. Baker?
Clarification, what are we voting on?
Do you want clause 117?
117, yes.
This is the cross-talk from the Conservatives I couldn't hear. Thank you. 117 in favor.
Sorry, sir. Was that sir, what was the vote?
It's on 117. It was
no,
the-
I mean, what was
MP
his
Baker,
vote?
your vote?
In favor.
In
Thank
favor.
you, sir. Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel.
Oui, mon Pierrot.
Monsieur Baptiste. Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Monsieur Kimich.
Contre.
As Hyman Roth
Mr.
says,
Janice.
this is the business we've chosen. Can you clarify again what clause we're voting on?
We are in 117.
Thank you,
MP
Chair.
Genius.
Appreciate that. And I'm voting against this one.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Macaulay.
No.
Monsieur Saint-Barry.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, it's carried. Yeah, so just for all the MPs, yeah, you know, the chatter does affect the interpreters, you know, and especially when your mic is on, like it was just on for MP Genius for a little bit, and then not when you were voting, but even before that. So we'll try to keep your mics off. Just you'll notice it's the red. So if the red is on, your mic is on. It's live. So you got to just turn your mic off unless you're voting, and then that'll really help the interpreters.
Mr. Chair, just quickly,
Yeah.
would Ms. Spelmore, who I have the joy of serving with on OGO, I want to thank you for filling in. You class up the place by bringing some OGO in. Can you put your microphone a tiny bit closer?
Okay, great. Okay, hopefully that helps.
It's fantastic to see you some more here today.
Thank you. All right.
Just sorry.
And we thank our hardworking clerks.
Just a quick
So-
point.
Yeah, just on the mics?
Just on sort of on this issue.
Yeah.
So sometimes, and I don't know who does the magic.
It's run by the technicians in the back.
And sometimes they turn it on, and
I know,
sometimes I
know.
have to.
It
turn
happens
on.
to me too, MP
So-
Lawrence. So we're going to try
so
our best.
if we can just
We're gonna-
decide
yeah.
on a particular way of doing business.
Yeah.
I'm good either way.
Well,
so I don't.
I know the technicians that they're trying
They're
to
doing a
manage
great
it,
job.
and they
Don't
try their
worry.
best. They
Yeah.
do their best to see who's going to be speaking. But if you do see that your mic is on, and because there is some chatter in the room, and it does affect the interpreters to be able to do their job, and also the clerks and everybody else for clarity. So we're gonna try to do the best we can to help out and to make things work as smoothly as possible.
Perfect. I
So
will
right
not
now
challenge the chair, given his reasonable
All right. Well,
ruling.
thank you, MP Lawrence. Yeah. Okay, so we're on clause 118 shall block one. Shall block one
Chair,
carry.
point of order.
Shall block
Point of
one
order.
carry.
I have a point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
Yeah. Chair, I submitted a sub-amendment in writing in advance, and I understand it can't be read, but I assume it can be voted
MP
on.
Genius, that's not a point of order. We're on right now. Shall block one
Chair,
carry.
Chair,
Members?
it's a point of order. I submitted a sub-amendment to block one. I submitted it in writing to the clerk in advance of this meeting, and the motion as adopted by the committee does not exclude the possibility of sub-amendments.
Ben? Yes, was not part of our motion and did not hear what the motion brought forward. But as the motion said, is pursuant to the motion adopted by the vote, there is no debate, MP Genius. So we are on
Point of order, Chair. It's not a matter of debate. It's a sub-amendment. I don't want to debate it. I don't want to speak about it. I don't want to read it.
That is not allowed. So
Point of order, Chair.
That is
There is
not allowed.
nothing in the motion. Chair, this is an important matter of procedure because if you don't allow members the opportunity to move sub-amendments, then amendments will be moved at report stage in the House.
MP Genius, we're going to suspend. We're back. So my ruling is that, no sub-amendments. That's where we are. MP Genius,
Point of order, Chair.
that is my
Could
ruling.
you explain your ruling?
That
Because
is-
there's
that-
nothing in the motion that refers to sub-amendments.
That is,
Just on
but
the-
as
on
the
the
motion
point- on the
says,
point of order.
yeah, MP
I mean,
Blakey.
I think my understanding of what's going on is that the motion says that there's no debate, which means no member can get the floor except by a point of order. And you can't move a sub-amendment off a point of order, which means you can't move a sub-amendment because there's no debate and there's no having the floor except on a point of order, because the job of the chair now is to put every question forthwith and successively without debate. So there's you can't get the floor, you can't move a sub-amendment.
That is correct. MP Blakey.
Just on the same point
Yeah.
of order, if I could speak to it,
Point
Chair.
of order, yep.
Thank you, Chair. The amendments are are deemed moved because they were provided in advance. I provided sub-amendments in advance, which were based on the amendments that were provided. And so by the same principle, and if we don't allow sub-amendments to be moved, then the chair is opening a situation where members have not been able to make changes in committee, which means that all of those various changes could be moved and would require separate votes in the House, because if members aren't able to make these changes. The other thing is just in an appeal to the way committees should function. I mean, how there's
don't even start with
like a sub-amendment, to say it's impossible to move a sub-amendment to an amendment, even if the sub-amendment was submitted in advance. Like that's just an absurd way to legislate, because it means that you can't do any kind of refining, even if someone saw the amendment in advance, submitted a sub-amendment, which is what I did. I mean, I have only one sub-amendment to this amendment.
MP Genius, listen, right now.
And there's nothing in the motion that says you can't sub-amend.
MP Genius.
Like you're just kind of making things up that aren't in the motion.
Pursuant to the motion, adopted by the vote, there is no debate. You're debating right now. Listen,
it's a point of order, Chair. It's a matter of order.
On this, a point of order.
My question, and it's one of clarification, is the extent to which, like, if a member has duly submitted an amendment or sub-amendment in advance, I mean, is that something that any member has the right, like any member of Parliament, not any member of this committee, because Mr. Genius is not a standing member of the committee, is that something that any parliamentarian has a right to do? And if so, was it received before we started this process? If so, it seems to me it's in order, and then we should just have a vote on it and put an end to this. But if it wasn't, if it's not in order to have been received, then that's a separate question.
I have one sub-amendment on this.
Back, and so I've made my ruling, and the only way to change that would be to challenge my ruling.
Okay, Chair, my view is sub-amendments should be allowed, and I'll challenge your ruling that they're not, provided that they were given in writing in advance.
They are not, because as MP Blakey said, even within a point of order, you cannot bring forward a amendment or a sub-amendment that is not allowed, as well as within the motion, it is captured, right, Clerk? So it is not allowed.
Chair, I believe it is allowed. I provided it in writing in advance, and the motion doesn't reference sub-amendments.
But
I've also challenged the chair. So if you'd like to discuss it further, I'm happy to discuss it further.
There's no discussion. There is no discussion.
Let's take a vote on my challenge. I said I challenge you, and then you had further comments. So
okay, there's a challenge of the chair.
Happy to discuss it, but I think the challenge is on the floor, and let's vote on it.
Take the vote.
So the question is, shall the decision of this chair be sustained? Mr. Baker.
Sustained.
Mr. Beach.
Sustain the chair.
Madame Châtel.
Je suis en faveur de la décision de notre...
I'm in agreement with the chair's decision.
Mr. McDonald.
Sustain.
Monsieur Kmitsch.
No.
Mr. Dennis.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. McCauley.
No.
Monsieur Saint-Paris.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
No, or, well, yes, sustain. Well, yeah, but it hasn't been circulated, so I don't know, it's hard to vote when you don't have information. So I don't know when it was, when it was
vote is
received.
7.
It wasn't circulated.
It was sustained, so the chair's ruling was sustained.
A yea or a nay, no.
And we are moving on, so we are at clause...
Mr. Chair, point of order.
It was sustained. So there is... Point of order?
Yeah.
Point of order, yeah.
Could we have unanimous consent to discuss moving sub-amendments?
No.
That's a no. So we are clause 118, and shall block one carry.
No.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Chair?
Clause 118, shall block one carry.
We'll have a recorded division on that there.
Okay. Recorded?
Mr. Baker.
Opposed.
Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel. Monsieur Baptiste. Mr. McDonald.
Opposed.
Monsieur Kmitsch.
On block 1, I vote yes.
Mr. Dennis.
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence.
Sorry, there's a little bit of crosstalk there. What was are we on 118 or 119?
We are on block 1.
One section 118?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Macaulay.
Block 1, yes.
Monsieur St. Paris.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
No.
Six nays, 5 yeas.
Okay, it's defeated, and so block 2 could only be moved if block 1 was defeated, as they address the same issue. So we can go on to block 2. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Clerk.
Chair, I have another
So
sub-amendment I would like to move on this one.
We are at.
Chair, I'd like to move a sub-amendment on this one.
We are at right now, members, shall block 2
Point of order,
carry.
Chair.
Shall block 2
Point of order,
carry.
Chair. Point of order.
Point of order.
I submitted a sub-amendment in
Yeah,
writing
we have
in advance.
We have ruled
and
on
I
that.
would like
There's been a
to be
rule.
able
There has
to-
been a ruling, MP Genius.
Chair,
So we
this is
are
a different. This is a different amendment, and I think members were looking for further context. I provided that in writing in advance to the clerk. It can be distributed. I understand it hasn't been circulated, but it can be circulated. It could be circulated or simply read.
MP Genius is
So-
outside the motion. There is no debate. We
you're-
are moving on, members.
It is
MP
members
Genius-
are allowed to
MP
move
Genius-
sub-amendments, and it's not in there.
MP
So
Genius, it's
are
out
you,
of
are you,
order.
are you okay? Well, I'm
We
going
are
to challenge
moving-
you on this then, because it's a separate amendment, and I think I should be able to move my. I think I should be able to move my sub-amendment. It's
Suspend.
crazy that you're prohibiting the use of sub-amendments. Like it's.
There was a ruling. It was sustained, and we are moving
Chair,
forward,
it's a
members.
new. It's
so
a new,
shall
it's a new
block
section.
2,
I challenge the
shall
chair.
block 2 carry.
Yeah, I challenge the ruling you just made.
Avec dissidence.
The ruling has been sustained. You cannot do that, MP Genius.
No, it's a separate amendment. I'm challenging the chair.
MP Genius.
You can't decide as the chair that you can't be challenged.
MP Genius, there has been a ruling. There has been a ruling.
Yes,
And
and
that-
I've
that
challenged the
ruling has been
ruling.
sustained,
I've challenged the
MP
ruling.
Genius.
I would like to be able to move it on this clause.
So just to be clear here, point of
In
order,
division?
I guess point of clarification.
It is
So-
outside the motion.
Yeah, I understand. I just want to understand what you were saying there. So, are you saying that you've just ruled on this point of order that Mr. Jennis has come up with, or talked to about, or are you saying that that there's a precedent set and that now there'll be no more challenges to the chair permitted?
What I am saying, MP Lawrence, is I have already ruled on MP Genius's whatever he was bringing forward in regards to the sub-amendments. And you should know, MP Lawrence, because through unanimous consent, the motion that has brought us to where we are right now, it says no debate. And within that motion, Clerk, if you could just read within the motion how it addresses the issue when it comes to amendments, which also would capture, would not even have sub-amendments within it. So go ahead, Clerk, please.
The motion says under point I, amendments be submitted to the clerk of the committee in both official language no later than noon on Friday, May 19th, 2023.
That's good.
Yeah, so
just on that.
Just on the point of order, Chair.
MP Blakey?
And then let me
So
speak
I
after,
guess
please.
I guess I'm looking for a point of clarification from Mr. Genuis now. Earlier, he had said he just had one sub-amendment that he had submitted in writing. Now we're hearing that he had 2 sub-amendments. Just wondering, are there any other sub-amendments that we don't know about that will arise on future clauses? Or is this the final sub-amendment that he apparently sent in before the date? And I don't call that into question, but I haven't seen it. It wasn't circulated. That's not on him, although it was presumably after the deadline that had been set out in the motion that was passed by unanimous consent. So I was looking for some clarification.
Yeah, MP Blakey, I can't speak. What I can say is it is that MP Genius is what he is requesting is out of order. It has been already ruled on.
Can I provide the
And
clarification
MP
he's
Genius,
asking?
you cannot do what you are asking for.
Can I provide the clarification on the rules? Mr. Blakey, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. I had one amendment on that clause. This will be the only amendment that I'll move on this amendment. I don't. I mean, I've got a couple others on other amendments. I don't. But they were fairly simple, straightforward changes that are sincere in their impact and were provided in writing in advance to the clerk.
And I'll tell you why.
Obviously, they were after the
listen,
deadline because
MP
you can't
Genius.
propose sub-amendments when you haven't seen the amendments yet. You can only propose sub-amendments
MP
after the
Genius,
deadline because
respect
once the package is
MP
distributed.
Genius.
I'm just
Listen,
trying to answer the question,
yes,
Chair.
MP Genius.
You're cutting me off and not
when,
others.
When
so.
I ruled on all sub-amendments, on all. Done. Fini. It's
Well, Chair.
finished. Yes. MP Genius.
Chair,
I know you like to listen to
don't
yourself.
think that.
But MP Genius,
Chair, look, just on basic decorum. You're
yes,
the chair.
Yes, on that.
You're the chair.
Yes, I am.
And
MP Genius, yes.
and you have a right to make your rulings, and I have a right to challenge them.
Yes.
And you might not like me
And
or
the
not
challenge
like or
was
have all kinds of aspersions
MP
cast about my
Genius.
motivations. But I'm trying to challenge a decision you've made.
MP Genius, the
in the
challenge was
context of this amendment.
sustained. The
Recorded
challenge
vote,
was sustained.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, okay. So I just, MP
on the
Blakey
challenge, or?
and
Yeah, just on this point of order, I'm trying to figure, and I think I'm right in thinking, that had we actually done the work on clause by clause for the 10 hours that we met last week while Conservatives filibustered this committee, that there would have been every opportunity to present sub-amendments when we considered the amendments during the 10 hours meetings that we held for that very purpose. And the fact that we're here now and there's no debate allowed was already established by a motion that had passed by unanimous consent. So if people were serious about their sub-amendments, I submit to you, Mr. Chair, they would have talked to their party and they would have engaged in the study of clause by clause in good faith while there was fully the opportunity to move sub-amendments instead of putting them on notice after the 10 hours that we spent studying clause by clause last week. So at a certain point, give me a break. Just give me a break.
Listen,
So Chair, on that point of order,
I concur with that, and listen, so I've ruled MP Genius.
Chair, on that point of order, you allowed Mr. Blakey to make comments, and I should have a right to respond to what he said. Chair, point of order. You're saying no debate, and then you're letting some members speak and others not.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. You have to recognize it. This is a violation of my privilege. Point of order, you have to recognize it.
Point of order, MP Lawrence, yes.
You have to recognize
I
a
am
point of order.
recognizing
You
you,
have a
MP
responsibility.
Lawrence.
And, Mr. Chair, it is not your responsibility, it's not your job to admonish my colleague by saying that he wants to hear himself talk. And Mr. Blakey gets the right to talk, but we don't?
MP Lawrence, on a point of order, what is your point of order?
There's a yoga class there.
And MP Lawrence, I'll explain. I shouldn't have to explain to you, though. I'll tell you why. Because MP Lawrence, as you were part, I know MP Genius wasn't there, but you were part of the motion that has brought us to where we are now. And it said at 4:30, can you just look at the motion, clerk, sorry, and read as yes, where there is no debate, where there is no debate, if you can.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Just so, MP Lawrence, just so I know you're well aware of this, but I'll just let the clerk read it into the record one more time so that we can move forward.
Monsieur le Président, appel au règlement.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman. You reminded everyone earlier, when everyone speaks at the same time, it's dangerous for the hearing of the interpreters.
Marie, I agree. So,
I agree with you, Mr. Saint-Marie.
I've stated this 3 times. You're so busy playing your games, it seems, you're ignoring me.
MP McCauley.
I'm not getting translation, and I've asked politely if the member could restart.
Okay.
Oh, donc je recommence.
Okay.
Yes. MP Saint-Marie. The interpreter is here. Can you hear the English interpretation? As you said, Mr. Chairman, when everyone speaks at the same time with open mics, it endangers the health and safety of the interpreters. This is an extremely important issue, so I'd ask all colleagues to please not all talk at the same time. It makes the work of the interpreters impossible, and it affects their health and safety. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Marie, I agree wholeheartedly. The health and safety of our interpreters and staff and everybody here that is supporting this committee is paramount for all of us. And I would ask that members only speak, no crosstalk, when your mic is on and if you have the floor. So I was speaking to MP Lawrence's point of order. Again, as the motion says, there is no debate. We have had a ruling on amendments, sub-amendments. That is not possible. My ruling has been sustained, and we are now at
Point of
block
order, Chair.
2.
Point of order.
Point of order.
May I speak?
Point of order. MP Genius.
Thank you, Chair. Because it's striking to me that you've recognized some points of order from members and not others, and you've thrown things around about who's a regular member of the committee and whose motivations are what and so forth. Members have a right to substitute, and I think you should observe the same practices in your treatment of all members. If the NDP member is allowed to finish his thoughts and explain his reasoning for coming to his conclusion, then he should be able to. Then the same principle should apply to Conservatives, because your interpretation of no debate seems to be no debate for people that you have some unexplained personal animus for. Now,
On this point of order, Mr. Chair.
I'll finish my point of order, and then you'll have your point of order, I suppose. Mr. Chair, your second ruling seems to be that the chair cannot be challenged on a later matter if the chair has been sustained on a previous matter. And that is a ruling you have made. That is a conclusion you have come to. I disagree with that conclusion, and I wish to challenge that conclusion. Will you allow that challenge to occur?
So, MP Genius, to clarify, the ruling was on all amendments, which captured all sub-amendments.
So I don't think it was, and I'm challenging that. That's what I'm challenging.
Now, I will just look to the legislative clerk, if you could just give us some insight into that, please. Monsieur Melia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When the chair ruled on the possibility of an amendment, the answer was no to the chair. The chair's ruling was appealed, and it was sustained. So that ruling applies to all sub-amendment coming.
Okay. So to all sub-amendments.
On a different, on the point
That was
of
not
order,
my understanding of it,
Thank
and it
you.
is that I wish to challenge.
Thank you
I have a
to our
point of
legislative
order.
clerk.
It is that I wish to
MP
challenge.
Chattel on a
I
point
have
of
a
order.
quick point of order. Look, your boss, okay, Pierre Poliev, put us all in this to do that childish work, okay? So what I want is respect around this room. Yes, it is a point of order because we owe each other respect,
listen.
okay?
no
We owe
crosstalk,
each other
members.
respect. And I don't want you to be yelling. At least try to get that, having a little bit of fun, but not having this type of discussion. I'm the only woman here, okay, and I want respect. That's my right, and I want respect for the chair. So don't talk like this like you do. That's not acceptable.
MP Chattel her point of order is speaking to respect and decorum here at the committee, and that is something that I think we would all want, and we are asking for. And again, on your point of order, as you not on your point of order, but on the ruling, you heard the ruling. Just it was a blanket ruling for all amendments, sub-amendments. Yeah, MP Lawrence.
On that point.
Sorry, yeah, point of order. Just with respect to that, no disrespect was intended, but I will say to everyone that it was disrespectful of the chair to say to one of the honorable members of this committee that he liked to hear himself talk. That was an obvious insult and bullying and not appropriate. So I'll give the chair an opportunity to apologize to Mr. Jennison.
You know, I will take that back for any member. I should not have said that, and we will now move forward, members. Okay, so shall block 2 carry?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Well, I'm not hearing anything. Is their mic not on?
I can't hear anything.
Hang
either.
on, they have not started calling the vote yet. Yeah, clerk?
Mr. Baker,
No.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
No.
Monsieur Baptiste,
No.
Mr. McDonald,
No.
Mr. Chambers,
Oui.
Mr. Janice, Mr. Janice,
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Mr. McCauley,
Yes.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey,
No.
6 nays, 5 yeas.
Okay, it's defeated. Okay, shall clause 118 carry?
Can we have a recorded division on that one, Mr. Chair?
Recorded, please.
Yeah, didn't we just do 118? Point of order there, sorry.
We just did block 2. Yeah. Shall clause 118 carry? Shall clause 118
A
carry?
recorded division then.
Recorded, please.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Monsieur Baptiste,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
Oui. We agree.
Monsieur Kmich,
Pourquoi pas, oui.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Mr. McCauley,
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Non.
Mr. Blakey,
This is on 118?
Clause
Yes.
118. Sir, was that a yes for your vote? That was a yes? Thank you, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 yeas, 1 nay.
It's carried. Okay, so members, there are no amendments to clauses 119 to 123, so I'm
We'll have a
looking for
recorded
use-
division of individual ones. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
As per it's written, as you've reminded me so many times.
Yeah, okay, so shall clause 119 carry?
Recorded division. Sir.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Monsieur Baptiste, Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. Kmich,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 120 carry?
We'll have a recorded division on that one, Mr. Chair.
Recorded division.
I think so.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Monsieur Baptiste, Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. Kmich,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
This is 119.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 121 carry?
Avec division.
Vote par appel nominal.
We should.
Did they
at
ask for
least
recorded
one.
vote? Okay, yeah.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Monsieur Baptiste.
Which way are we voting?
Oh,
Oui.
is that?
Oui.
Is that Mr. Quid? Is that Mr. Quid? Mr. Schwartz? You need to vote. You need to vote. Right now? Yes.
Oui.
we get some pizza. Don't worry, I'll stick around.
Okay. I'm sorry, let me change that. Mr. Richards, thank you very much. Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. Kmeech,
Contre.
merci. Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Paris,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 122 carried.
Avec
Recorded
dissident.
division on. Oh, you're quick, Sylvie. Recorded division there.
Okay.
Give
Recorded
me
division.
when. Just when. Okay. You don't tell me when, but you give me when.
Are we good? Okay. Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Mr. Quitz,
Oui.
merci. Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Chambers?
No.
No? Thank you. Mr. Kmeech?
Contre.
Mr. Lawrence?
My apologies. Is this 120 or am I missing?
We're on 122.
My apologies. Then no.
Mr. McCauley?
No.
Monsieur Saint-Paris?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 123 carried.
Let's put that one on recorded division, please.
Okay. Recorded.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Mr. Schwitz? Madame Dershowitz? Ms. Dershowitz? Am I mispronouncing? Oui. Merci. Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Kmeech?
Contre. Did I pour your water? Yeah.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Lawrence? Sorry.
Sorry, eating pizza. No.
Mr. McCauley?
No.
Monsieur Saint-Paris?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Okay, Part 3, amendments to the Excise Act, the Excise Act 2001, and the Air Traveler Security Charge Act, Division 1, Excise Act 2001, alcohol products. Clause 124, shall CPC 1 carry?
No.
No.
Oh.
Okay, recorded vote.
Yes, sir. Mr. Baker?
No.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
No.
Ms. Dershowitz?
Negatory.
Mr. McDonald?
No.
Mr. Chambers?
Oui.
Monsieur Kmeech?
En faveur.
Mr. Lawrence?
Pository.
Pository.
Mr. McCauley?
How do I follow up that, I suppose?
Mr. McCauley? Thank you. Monsieur Saint-Paris?
Oui.
Oui? Sorry, merci. Mr. Blakey?
No.
Six nays, 5 yeas.
Okay, wait, what did you, give it to me again?
Sorry, sir. 6 nays,
Yep.
5
Okay,
yeas.
defeated. Yep, shall Clause 124 carry?
As amended there, Mr. Chair?
No, it was defeated. CPC 1 was defeated.
Okay.
Yeah, shall
Let-
Clause 124 carry?
Is it possible to have a recorded division?
Recorded?
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Mr. Schwitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Kmeech?
Contre.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Macaulay,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
What did you have?
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. Okay, we're going to suspend for 1 minute. I do have a note here. So CPC 2 can only be moved if CPC 1 had been adopted, since CPC 2 removes the reference to clause 170.2 after its deletion by CPC 1. So we can, yes, MP Lawrence.
I'd like to challenge your ruling.
Okay, so there's a challenge to the ruling. Members?
Sustain.
So members, yeah. So members, I'll just to refocus everybody. So we are at CPC 2, and CPC 2, in a note to the chair here from the legislative clerk, says that CPC 2 can only be moved if CPC 1 has been adopted, and since CPC 2 removes the reference to clause 170.2 after its deletion by CPC 1. So because of that, it cannot be moved. But there's been a challenge to the chair. Just so everybody's aware, okay? There's a challenge. Yeah.
So the question is, shall the chair's decision be sustained? Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Sustain the chair.
Madame Châtel,
Sustain.
Mr. Schwartz,
Sustain the chair.
Mr. McDonald,
Sustained.
Mr. Chambers,
Overrule.
Mr. Kmeech,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
Overrule.
Mr. Macaulay, Mr. St. Patrick,
No.
No.
Mr. Blakey. 6 yeas, 5 nays.
Okay, it's been sustained. So now we are moving to shall CPC 3. Yeah, okay, shall CPC 3 carry?
Could we have a recorded division on that?
Okay, recorded, clerk, please.
Mr. Baker,
No.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
No.
Mr. Schwartz,
Zerowitz.
Zerowitz, thank you. Mr. McDonald,
No.
Can you undo it?
Mr. Chambers,
Yes.
Monsieur Kmeek,
Oui.
Mr. Lawrence,
Oui.
Mr. Macaulay,
Yes.
Monsieur St. Patrick,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
No.
6 nays, 5.
Okay, it was defeated. So clause 125, shall CPC 4 carry?
Well, let's maybe do a recorded division on this one, Mr. Chair.
Recorded, please.
Mr. Baker,
No.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel, Ms. Zerowitz,
No.
Mr. McDonald,
No.
Mr. Chambers,
Oui.
Mr. Kmeek,
Favor.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Mr. Macaulay,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence, that was a no, correct? That was a no.
Yes.
It was a yes.
Yes, yes.
Sorry. Can I start with Mr. Chambers? Oui. Vous avez voté oui?
Oui.
Oui. And Mr. Kmeek?
Oui, j'ai voté en faveur.
Je m'excuse. Je vous ai tous mal entendu.
Excuse me, I misheard all of you.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? 6 nays, 5 yeas.
Okay, it's defeated. Shall clause 125 carry?
Vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. Kmiek, Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Macaulay,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Paris,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. 7 yeas. Yeas.
Okay, carried. So new clause 125.1, and this is block 3. I do have a chair's ruling here. Bill C-47 amends several acts, including the Excise Act 2001, to add inflationary adjustment clauses. The amendment seeks to add a new category of exempted product, bulk wines made in Canada from agricultural or plant product grown in Canada, to the exclusion of grapes. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition states on page 770, and quotes, an amendment to a bill that was referred to the committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill, end quote. In the opinion of the chair, this addition is a new concept that is beyond the scope of the bill as adopted by the House at second reading. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible.
Je vous trouve très sévère.
I find you very harsh, very severe, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
Yes, MP Samadi, I know. It was tough. Okay, so we are now on to block 4. We're on to block 4? Or do I need to? Yeah. Block 4. And I do have a chair's ruling for block 4. Bill C-47 amends several acts, including the Excise Act 2001, to add inflationary adjustment clauses. The amendment seeks to add a new category of exempted products, wines produced in Canada for personal use and by small producers, made from agricultural or plant product grown in Canada, to the exclusion of grapes. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition states on page 770, and quotes, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill. In the opinion of the chair, this addition is a new concept that is beyond the scope of the bill as adopted by the House at second reading. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible.
Ça ressemble à de l'acharnement.
This really is a lot.
Okay, MP Sainte-Marie, I know. Okay, so we are at clause now 126, and shall CPC 5 carry?
Let's have a recorded division on that one.
Okay, recorded, please, clerk.
Mr. Baker,
No.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel, Madame Châtel?
No.
Ms. Zerowitz?
No.
Mr. McDonald? Monsieur Chambers?
Oui.
Monsieur Kmiek?
En faveur.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Mr. Macaulay?
Yes.
Monsieur Saint-Paris?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
Yes. 6 yeas, 5 nays.
Carried. Okay, shall clause 126 carry?
Let's have a recorded vote.
Okay, recorded, clerk.
Yeah,
point of
Vote, was
clarification.
it on clause 125, or was it on an amendment?
That was clause 126, and that was amendment CPC 5.
Okay, then I voted in error. The vote ought to be recorded as a no. We may, yeah.
We will need UC. Yeah, we will need unanimous consent, members. You'll offer unanimous consent? Yeah, so we will change MP Blakey's vote.
I think it's a good moment to suspend.
Yeah, I think so too.
No,
I
we
agree with Julie.
We will suspend for a minute.
For a minute.
Yeah. Okay, we are back, and just on that, so we were at CPC 5, and there was UC for MP Blakey to change his vote. So if you could just let us know what it would be now.
With the change, it would be 6 nays, 5 yeas.
Okay, so it's defeated. Okay, now we're on to shall clause 126 carry.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just a
Yep.
quick,
Yes.
I see CPC amendments on my sheet 5 to 12 here.
CPC
Don't
12?
Amendments 5 to 12 here.
Yeah.
Don't we have to go through those, or?
We do. I have a number of rulings on those coming up, MP Lawrence.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you're going to do the rulings? Okay,
We
just.
will go one by one, yeah, because I'll
Okay.
just read out my rulings, yeah.
Don't-
So right now, we are on, so CPC 5 was defeated. We're at shall clause 126 carry. That's where we are right now.
Oh, is that with respect to 125 or 126, sorry? Oh, sorry.
Yep.
CPC 6 also amends 126.
Yeah, I do have a ruling on CPC 6 when we get there.
But I think we have to get there before we vote on clause 126.
Okay, we're going
I
to
think.
suspend here for a minute.
Unless it creates a new clause.
To clarify for everybody, CPC 5 is 126. And when we get to CPC 6, when we get there, it will fall under 126.1. Okay, so we'll fall, yeah, okay. And members, you'll see at this hour, I do have to pull out the cheaters. You know, I got the glasses at this hour. You know, age, guys. I know you guys are all youngins. Yeah, you are. So okay, so we are at shall clause 126 carry.
Can we have a recorded division on that one?
Yeah, clerk. So 126.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald? Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Kmeek? Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Macaulay?
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. And now we're at new clause 126.1. And this is CPC 6, and I do have a ruling, members. So Bill C-47 amends several acts, including the Excise Act 2001, to add inflationary adjustment clauses. The amendment seeks to establish new amounts of fines related to certain alcohol offenses. As House of Commons Practice and Procedure and Practice, third edition states on page 770, in quotes, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill, end quote. In the opinion of the chair, this addition is a new concept that is beyond the scope of the bill as adopted by the House at second reading. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
At the risk of sort of pushing the envelope with respect to the rules of the motion, could would you be so kind as to indulge me as to find what exactly in this is outside of scope in the amendment?
Okay, I can read the ruling again. That's what I have here. Okay, I'll read the ruling one more time, just so that for members. So the ruling is that Bill C-47 amends several acts, including the Excise Act 2001, to add inflationary adjustment clauses. The amendment seeks to establish new amounts of fines related to certain alcohol offenses. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition states on page 770, quotes, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill, end quote. In the opinion of the chair, this addition is a new concept. Okay, you're good?
I'm going to challenge, but yeah,
okay,
I get it. Thank you.
Okay, there's a challenge of the chair, clerk? Yeah.
The question is, shall the decision of the chair be sustained? Mr. Baker.
Sustained.
Mr. Beach.
Support the chair.
Madame Châtel.
Maintenu.
Ms. Zarowitz. Ms. Zarowitz?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. McDonald.
Sustain.
Mr. Chambers.
Overrule.
Mr. Macaulay.
No. Fire the chair.
Mr. Lawrence.
Overrule.
Mr. Morantz.
Overrule.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Non.
Mr. Blakey.
Abstain.
6 yeas, 5 nays.
Okay, it was sustained. Now we are on to CPC 7. Shall CPC, no, sorry, I do CPC 7. There is a chair's ruling on this one, on CPC 7. The chair's ruling is Bill C-47 amends several acts, including the Excise Act 2001 to add inflationary adjustment clauses. The amendment seeks to establish new amounts of fines related to certain more serious alcohol offenses. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition states on page 770, and quotes, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill, end quote. In the opinion of the chair, this addition is a new concept that is beyond the scope of the bill as adopted by the House at second reading. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
A point of order.
I'd like to challenge the chair. That's
okay. Challenge of the chair. Clerk.
Mr. Baker.
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Beach.
Sustain the chair.
Madame Châtel.
Sustain the chair.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Sustain the chair.
Mr. McDonald.
Sustain.
Mr. Chambers.
Overrule.
Mr. Macaulay? No. Sorry.
Yes, Macaulay for Mr. Singh.
Macaulay. Mr. Macaulay.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
Overrule, Chair.
Mr. Morantz.
Overrule.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Non.
Mr. Blakey. 6 yeas, 5 nays.
Okay, it's been sustained. So, members, now we are at CPC 8. And CPC 8, I do have a ruling. Yeah, and the ruling is, you probably heard this, Bill C-47 amends several acts, including the Excise Act 2001 to add inflationary adjustment clauses. The amendment seeks to establish a new amount of fine related to the supply of bulk wine offenses. A House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition, states on page 770, quote, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill, end quote. In the opinion of the chair, this addition is a new concept that is beyond the scope of the bill as adopted by the House at second reading. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible.
I will challenge the chair.
Okay, there's a challenge. Clerk?
Shall the decision of the chair be sustained? Mr. Baker,
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Chatel,
La décision maintenue, s'il vous plaît.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Stay in the chair.
Mr. McDonald,
Sustain.
Mr. Chambers,
Overrule.
Mr. McCauley,
Overrule.
Mr. Lawrence,
Overrule.
Mr. Morantz,
I will vote to overrule the chair.
Monsieur Saint-Paris,
Non.
Mr. Blakey.
Abstain.
6 yeas, 5 nays.
Okay, it has been sustained. So we are now members at CPC 9, and I do have a chair's ruling. I got MP Lawrence. You know, I've got a ruling here. I have to read it. You know, and so Bill C-47 amends several acts, including Excise Act 2001, to add inflationary adjustment clauses. The amendment seeks to establish new amounts of fines for alcohol offenses in relation to Sections 73, 74, and 90 of the Act. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition, states on page 770, quotes, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill, end quote. In the opinion of the chair, this addition is a new concept that is beyond the scope of the bill as adopted by the House at second reading. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible.
Just ask a quick clarification. So it's the calculation in the new bill that's
we
the problem?
can't get into that, yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, so we are now.
Challenge the chair.
Okay, there's a challenge, clerk.
That's predictable.
The question is, shall the decision of the chair be sustained? Mr. Baker,
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Madame Chatel,
Oui, maintenu.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Yes, sustain the chair.
Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald? Thank you. Mr. Chambers,
Overrule.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
Overrule.
Mr. Morantz,
Overrule.
Monsieur Saint-Paris,
Non.
Mr. Blakey. 6 yeas, 5 nays.
Just a quick point of order,
Sustained.
Mr. Chair.
Point of order.
And I don't mean this in any respectful way.
Yeah.
I think I've worked quite well with Mr. McDonald, but I've noticed several times that he hasn't said yes. He's just put his thumbs up, which I guess we do as an
Yeah,
exception basis.
yeah, it is,
but
yeah.
I was just wondering, is there a technical problem or
No,
or why
well,
is it-
we're allowed to, you can use your thumbs up, thumbs down if you want for voting, and that's all we're doing here, so we're voting, and so we'll use, if that is what MP McDonald would like to do, that's what he can do. And
can
other
only-
members can do that also if you want
But
to
you
use
can
your,
only
your,
use thumbs up,
your
that's
thumbs
it.
up or down. Okay,
So you can
so
have
now
one.
that was sustained, we are at CPC 10. And there is a ruling here from the chair, so Bill C-47 amends several acts, including Excise Act 2001, to add inflationary adjustment clauses. The amendment seeks to establish new amounts of fines for alcohol offenses in relation to Sections 76, 89, and 91 of the Act. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition, states on page 770, quote, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill, end quote. In the opinion of the chair, this addition is a new concept that is beyond the scope of the bill as adopted by the House at second reading. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible.
Mr. Chair, if we were in a hockey game and 10 penalties were called on one side and 0 on the other, I might call into question the unbiased nature of the referee, but I'll leave that alone and just say we need a challenge, Chair.
Okay, there is a challenge, and yep, clerk.
The question is, shall the decision of the chair be sustained? Mr. Baker,
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel,
Sustain.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Stay in the chair.
Mr. McDonald, Mr. Chambers, Mr. McCauley, Mr. Lawrence,
Overturn.
Mr. Morantz,
Overrule.
Monsieur Saint-Paris,
Non.
Mr. Blakey. 6 yeas, 5 nays.
Sustained, and now we are at shall CPC 11 carry?
Wow. Really? We're good?
Recorded vote.
Okay, let's.
Recorded vote?
On division.
Recorded vote.
On CPC 11, Mr. Baker,
No.
Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel,
No.
Ms. Zarowitz,
No.
Mr. McDonald,
No.
Mr. Chambers, Mr. McCauley,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Mr. Morantz, Mr. Morantz,
Oh, yes, 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 yes.
Mr. Sainberry,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Oh.
6 nays, 5 yeas.
Defeated, so shall CPC 12 carry?
Just to confirm
Recorded vote.
that's in good order.
Recorded vote?
Okay.
Recorded vote.
We're just
Recorded vote?
confirm it's in good order within scope?
Hmm?
Yeah, we're within scope? Perfect. Thank you.
Okay,
On
shall-
division, please?
Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker,
No.
Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel, Ms. Zarowitz,
No.
Mr. McDonald,
No.
Mr. Chambers, Mr. McCauley, Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Mr. Morantz,
Yes.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey,
Confirming this is CPC 12?
CPC 12, sir.
No.
6 nays, 5 yeas.
It was defeated. Okay, we are on to shall clause 127 carry? Well, first let me read it was Division 2 Air Travelers Security Charge Act charge rates. And so shall clause 127 carry?
Can we do a recorded division, please?
Okay, recorded, please.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel, Ms. Zarowitz,
We.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Paris,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Attempted distinction. Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. So now we're at Part 4, Various Measures, Division 1, Bank Act. Now, members, I'm going to try this again as we're getting a little more into the evening. There are no amendments to clauses 128 to 136, and if we had UC, we'd be able to group those together. I heard a no.
Don't think so, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
so-
Appreciate your efforts, though.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. So we are at, okay, members, so shall clause 128 carry? Shall clause 128 carry?
Let's have a recorded division.
Okay,
Let's have a
recorded,
recorded
clerk,
division,
please.
if you don't mind, Julie.
Mr. Baker,
I tried.
Yes.
Vaughn?
Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel,
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz,
What she said, we.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers, Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Lawrence, Mr. Morantz,
I know. That's what I'm doing, Julie. Yeah, I'm a politician. I can have an original
no.
thought.
Monsieur Saint-Paris,
Oui.
Well, in my career.
Mr. Blakey.
This is on clause 128?
Clause 128, sir.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. Shall clause 129 carry?
Can we have? Yeah, I think we
Recorded.
should. Yeah, can we have a recorded vote?
Clerk, recorded,
Yes,
please.
sir. Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Mr. Beach. Thank you, sir. Madame Chatel,
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz,
We.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No, and Mr. Beach's kids are very cute.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Monsieur St. Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 130 carry?
Mr. Beach, hold up one kid for yes and two kids for no.
We'll have it recorded to go back on the record
Okay,
again saying
three-
Mr. Beach's kids are very
They are
adorable.
very cute kids, yes. Okay, so we.
They subbed in legitimately.
Okay, so we're at 130, yeah, so shall clause no, so we are at, yes, shall clause 130 carry, and I think there was a recorded request, yeah.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
There we go.
Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz, Monsieur St. Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Thanks to Terry's kids there. And now we're at 131, so shall clause 131 carry?
Let's go with the recorded division. This one, Mr.
Recorded.
Chair.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Monsieur St. Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 132 carry?
Recorded division, please, Mr. Chair.
Recorded, clerk, please.
Thank you. Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui, oui, oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Monsieur St. Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 133 carry?
Avec dissidence.
Let's actually do a recorded division.
Recorded vote?
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Monsieur St. Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
That's carried. Shall clause 134 carry?
Avec dissidence.
No, I think we'll do a recorded division on this one there, Sophie. Keep trying, though. Keep trying.
Recorded, clerk?
Helps.
Yes.
Mr. Baker, Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Monsieur St. Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. Shall clause 135 carry?
That'll be a recorded vote, my friend.
Recorded, clerk, please.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz, Ms. Zerowitz? Ms. Zerowitz?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
Next time with a bit of enthusiasm.
Mr. McCauley? Mr. Lawrence?
No, my apologies for being distracted.
Mr. Morantz? Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Saint-Paris?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 136 carry? Oh, shall clause 136 carry?
Recorded division here?
Yeah. Recorded, please. Yeah.
Don't worry.
I'm sorry, Chair, Chair, what are we on? I can't hear over it.
Okay. All right. Just a little bit, let's keep it a little bit lower. I know it's, time check here is 10:25. We're good. So it's, we are on clause 136. So
Thank
shall
you.
clause 136 carry, members?
And we have a recorded division. And can we confirm we can get
Recorded
resources
vote?
till 2 a.m.? Is that possible or no? So we can...
We're going till we finish. Yeah. Yep, please.
Mr. Baker?
You have no idea who Lauer is.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel? Ms. Zerowitz?
We.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. McCauley? Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Saint-Paris?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Now we are at clause 137, and this is block 5. Shall block 5 carry?
A recorded division.
Recorded, please.
Mr. Baker?
No.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
No.
Ms. Zerowitz?
No.
Mr. McDonald?
No.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. McCauley?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
I think I'll say no to this one.
Monsieur Saint-Paris?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
No.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10 nays, 1 yay.
Can I just point of order there?
Point of order?
My apologies.
That was defeated, though, but point of order?
Yeah, my apologies for the
Yep.
crosstalk to the interpreters. Just had a brief exchange with the clerk. Is it possible to defeat something on division? My understanding is no, but we've done this in the past, and I just wanted to make that clear so that we could maybe speed things up and defeat some things on division, if that's possible.
I'll let the clerk speak to that first, just MP Blakey. Yeah. Okay, that's a no.
That is,
What's that? We're here, right?
I'm still, Mr. Chair, still like to
Yes.
speak to the point of order.
Yeah. You good? Okay, yep.
Still like to speak to that point of order.
Oh, you would still, okay, MP Blakey?
I accept that the answer to that, properly speaking, is no, but we have on other bills established that as a precedent at this table. And it seems to me that if the committee were to consent to defeat clauses on division, that that's something we could do. We've done it in the past. We did it, I think, on C19, I want to say.
Every bill so far we've done.
Yeah.
Every bill.
So,
Look to the clerk? Yeah, as long as, if the committee did provide consent for that, yeah. Yeah, MP Morantz?
I think that the issue has to do with the question. Because the question is, shall this clause carry? So then on division, but if the question was, shall this clause be defeated, then on division it would be defeated. That's my understanding of the logic or rationale. Yeah. Correct.
The clerk, yeah, she's got nothing for me. Listen, so we'll just stick with it. It's a no right now. And we're at
On a
clause
different
37. So
point
shall,
of
We'll keep that in our back
shall
pocket.
clause
Point
37
of order,
carry?
Mr.
On a
Chair?
point of order, MP Chattel.
May we
137. Yeah.
combine, because there's no amendments that I'm aware of between clause
No,
138
so we are not there yet. So
Okay.
we have to conclude clause 137. So shall clause 137 carry? And then you could do your point of order and yeah. Shall clause 137 carry?
Recorded division, or we could try to defeat it on division.
Okay,
if you
it's
wish.
recorded, please.
Clause 137, Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. McCauley.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. And now,
Thank you. On that point of order.
on the point of order,
I
MP
feel like we
Chattel?
all at school having a timeout for, I don't know why, but if we can expedite this, the best way forward would be to combine clause 138 with all the way to 209.
No.
Combine them and vote because there's no amendment.
no, we would have to go to 147. Is that, we can? Okay.
So by
I
combining
appreciate it, and if I were a member of the government, perhaps I would want to expedite this process as well. But as I'm in His Majesty's loyal opposition, it's my job to perform my duties with all due diligence and due dispatch, and so I wish to vote on every one, as is my right. And I might add, as the chair and Mr. Beach said repeatedly, we have to follow the letter of the law.
Okay, so that, we did not have UC for that. Yeah, MP Blakey?
I'm just wondering if there's a plan to suspend at some point for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Our members looking for,
Just-
okay,
can I
we'll
just
suspend. Yep. Go to 147. Is that, we can? Okay.
So by
I
combining
appreciate it, and if I were a member of the government, perhaps I would want to expedite this process as well. But as I'm in His Majesty's loyal opposition, it's my job to perform my duties with all due diligence and due dispatch, and so I wish to vote on every one, as is my right. And I might add, as the chair and Mr. Beach said repeatedly, we have to follow the letter of the law.
Okay, so that, we did not have UC for that. Yeah, MP Blakey?
I'm just wondering if there's a plan to suspend at some point for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Our members looking for,
Just-
okay,
can I
we'll
just
suspend. Yep.
Peter.
Okay, everybody, we're back, and I do see MP Hallen has joined us. I hope everybody got a little something to eat and stretch your legs. And so we are into, I think what was asked, and I'll ask again, because, MP Hallen wasn't in the room at that time. So clauses 138 to... So let me see here. Where do we go? We go to 210. If we'd be able to get unanimous consent, if members are in agreement.
What do we think? Yeah, no.
No? Okay. All right, MP Lawrence, that's here. Okay, so we are at shall clause 138. Carry.
Let's have a recorded division on that one, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Baker.
Avec du Soudan.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
Abstain.
Mr. Allan.
Against.
Mr. Lawrence.
Because I am a strong opinionated member, no.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, carried. Shall Clause 139 carry?
Let's have a recorded division.
Recorded, clerk?
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Chatel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Allen.
Against.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. Clause 139, sir.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, that's carried. Shall Clause 140 carry?
Recorded division, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Chatel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Allen.
Against.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4
Carried. Now, I think I took up too much, and it was too much that people kind of could chew on. So what I'm thinking here is if we were able to group clause maybe 141 to 147, you know, some of the members have talked to me, you know, from all sides and said, you know, smaller groupings may work, but I'm just looking for unanimous consent for that.
I have to say no.
Okay. Okay, maybe you may come around to it down the
I would,
road, MP Lawrence.
Point of order.
Point of order.
I would like to maybe test something myself here. I know that you ruled earlier, and of course you can just shoot me down if you wish, Mr. Chair. But is it possible to read the section as we go?
That is not possible, MP Lawrence. So we are now moving to shall clause 141 carry.
And a recorded division, Mr. Chair, please.
Okay. Recorded, clerk.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Chatel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Allen.
Against.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
Nope.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 142 carry?
A recorded vote, please.
Clerk, please.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Chatel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Chambers.
Nope.
Mr. Allen.
Against.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 143 carry?
No mind.
Okay. Clerk, please.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Chatel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Allen.
Nope.
Mr. Lawrence.
Negative.
Mr. Morantz.
Negatory.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 144 carry?
Should we have a recorded division? What do you think? Yes?
That's a good idea.
No, not at all. Can we have a recorded division?
Okay. Clerk, please.
On clause 144, Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Allen.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur Saint-Barry.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 145 carry?
Record a division.
Clerk?
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Allen.
No.
Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur Saint-Barry.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 146 carry?
Record a
Avec
division.
division.
Clause 146, Mr. Baker. Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Allen.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur Saint-Barry.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 147 carry?
Recorded
Vic.
vote.
Clerk?
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. I'm sorry, Mr. Beach, thank you. Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Allen.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz. Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur Saint-Barry.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. So Division 2, private sector pension plans. I do have a note here, members, and it says that there are no amendments from clauses 148 to 180, and we would need UC to group those.
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I will keep trying as we go along. So shall clause 148 carry?
Recorded vote.
Recorded, clerk?
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Allen.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur Saint-Barry.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 149 carry?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote, clerk?
Mr. Baker. Yes. Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Allen.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur Saint-Barry.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 150 carry?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote, clerk?
On clause 150, Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Allen.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 151 carry?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Clause 151, Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel? Ms. Zarowitz? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Allen?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 152 carry? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker? Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Allen?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 153 carry? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Helen?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 154 carry? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Oui, oui, oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Helen?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
Which section are we on? Okay. No.
Mr. Morantz?
I'm going to have to vote against that one.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
Thank you. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 155 carry? Record a vote.
On division?
On division? Okay. Okay, on division. Okay, carried on division. Okay, shall Clause 156 carry? On division? Is it on division? Recorded.
I gave you one, Sophie.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. On Clause 156, Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Oui, oui, oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Allen?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
In this instance, I will be voting against.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 157 carry? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No. Parliamentary.
Mr. Helen?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz? Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 158 carry? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel,
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. Hallan, Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 159 carry? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Baker, thank you. Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel,
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. Hallan,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 160 carry? Recorded vote.
On Clause 160, Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel,
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers, Mr. Hallan,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
Negatory.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. Shall Clause 161 carry? Record a vote.
Clause 161, Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel,
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. Hallan,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 162 carry? Recorded.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel, Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers, Mr. Hallan,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 163 carry? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel, Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. Hallan,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 164 carry? Recorded.
Mr. Baker, Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel, Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers, Mr. Hallan,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 165 carry? Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker. Yes. Mr. Beach. Madame Chatel. Oui. Ms. Zarowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Halan.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur St. Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 166 carry? Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Chatel.
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Halan.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur St. Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 167 carry? Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Chatel.
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Halan.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur St. Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 168 carry? Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Chatel.
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Halan.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur St. Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 169 carry? Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker. Mr. Beach. Madame Chatel. Ms. Zarowitz. Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Halan.
Nope.
Mr. Lawrence.
Sorry, which section is it again?
We're at 169.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
Nope.
Monsieur St. Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 170 carry? Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Chatel.
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz. Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Halan.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
I'm sorry, was that Mr. Morantz?
I said.
Oh, sorry, sir. Monsieur St. Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 171 carry? Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Chatel.
Miracle.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Yes, yes, yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Halan.
No.
Mr. Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Monsieur St. Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 172 carry? Recorded, please.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui, oui, oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers, Mr. Halan,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Monsieur St. Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 173 carry?
Vote.
Recorded.
173. On 173, Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel. Ms. Zarowitz. Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Halan.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morantz.
No.
Monsieur St. Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 174 carry? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel. Ms. Zarowitz. Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Chambers? Thank you. Mr. Halan?
No.
Mr. Lawrence? Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur St. Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 175 carry? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel? Ms. Zarowitz? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Halan?
No.
Mr. Lawrence? Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur St. Marie?
Comme dirait Julie, oui, oui, oui.
Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. Everybody's getting their second wind here. All right. Shall Clause 176 carry? Recorded.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel? Ms. Zarowitz? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Halan?
No.
Mr. Lawrence? Mr. Lawrence?
Sorry, my mic's not on. No.
Mr. Morantz? No. Monsieur St. Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 177 carry? Record a vote.
Clause 177? Yes. Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? No. Mr. Halan? Mr. Halan?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
Sorry, are we on the CPC Amendment 13 or? Okay, no.
Mr. Morenz? Mr. Morenz?
Sorry. No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
Thank you. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. Shall Clause 178 carry? Record a vote.
But there's an easy way to solve this.
Clause 178. Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Oui, oui, oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Halan?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
Something changed with the mic there, it got really loud there.
Oh, sorry, is it better if I back off?
No,
Okay.
She woke me up, to be honest, but, so, no, there, sorry.
Mr. Morenz?
Sorry. No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 179 carry? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Halan?
180.
Clause 178.
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
So we're in clause 180, right? Is that correct?
We're at 179.
179, sorry, ahead of the game here. No.
Mr. Morenz?
Nope.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 180 carry? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Halan?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
We're at 180 this time, right? Yes. Okay, I will vote no.
Mr. Morenz?
No.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. So we're at Division 3, measures related to money laundering and to digital assets and other measures. And just for members' sake, there are no amendments to clauses 181 to 210. And if I'm looking to see if we would have UC to group those.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I thought there were amendments CPC 13 and 14.
No, that is after 210. Yep. So from 181 to 210, we're clear. So there are no amendments.
So no, we won't go UC. We want to vote on each one of the provisions there.
Okay. So shall clause 181 carry? Recorded?
Clause 181. Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
He's putting his thumbs up.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes. Thank. Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Madame Zarowitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Halan?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
Okay, so yeah, the amendment doesn't relate to that. So yeah, no, and bienvenue aussi.
Mr. Morenz?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 182 carry? Recorded vote, please.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Yes. Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Madame Zerowitz?
Oui.
Mr. MacDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Champus?
No.
Mr. Holland? Mr. Holland?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morens?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried.
Sorry,
Shall
Mr.
Clause
Chair.
183 carry?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Just point of order.
Point of order?
I thought I would just test this again with you. I was wondering if I could get UC, given the importance of terrorist financing and money laundering and the issues we're having with that in the country.
No,
Could we read
there's
the
no
section?
there's no debate. Yeah, sorry. So we're going on to shall Clause 183 carry, members? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel? Ms. Zerowitz?
Oui.
Mr. MacDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Holland?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morens?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 184 carry? Record it, please.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel? Ms. Zerowitz?
Oui.
Mr. MacDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Holland?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
Sorry, my apologies. Getting late here, and I'm getting older. What was the section we're on?
So close
184. So that'll be a no.
Mr. Morens?
Sorry, Lawrence and Moran sound very similar to me. My hearing's not the best.
So we're on the close 184.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Mr.
Carried.
Chair, just
Shall
a quick
Clause
point of order there.
185 carry?
Could we just check
No,
the health of
there's
Mr.
no
Beach there?
There's no debate
He
there.
was,
We're
he
gonna
had his thumb up there for
Yeah,
a while.
I think
didn't-
he's good. He's
Oh,
good.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Shall Clause
We'll have a
185
recorded division
carry?
there. Thank you.
Yeah. 185 carry. Record a vote, please. 185.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel? Ms. Zerowitz?
Oui, oui, oui.
Mr. MacDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Holland? Mr. Holland?
Yeah, no.
Mr. Lawrence?
No, and I am worrying about Mr. Beach there. So
Mr. Morens?
No. No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. And shall Clause 186 carry? Recorded, please.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Oh, yeah. Madame Châtel? Ms. Zerowitz?
Oui.
Mr.
Yes.
MacDonald? Okay. Mr. Chambers? Mr. Holland?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
no.
Mr. Morens?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui, comme Terry.
Mr. Blakey. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Shall Clause 187 carry? Recorded, please.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Perfect. Madame Châtel,
Oui.
Ms. Zerovitz,
Oui.
Mr. MacDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Holland,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 188 carry? Record a vote, please.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel.
Oui.
Miss Zerowitz. Miss Zerowitz, sorry. Thanks. Mr. MacDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers, Mr. Holland,
Ask him, Mr. Chair. No.
Mr. Lawrence,
Sorry, my apologies. The number again there, my friends?
188.
188, and we can't read that in the record, is that correct?
We're voting right now.
Oh. My apologies, no.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 189 carry? Record a vote, please.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, okay. Madame Châtel, Ms. Zerowitz,
Oui.
Mr. MacDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers, Mr. Holland,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Shall Clause 190 carry? Recorded, please.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel, Ms. Zerowitz, Mr. MacDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. Holland,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 191 carry? Recorded, please.
Sorry. Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Yes, okay. Madame Châtel, Ms. Zerowitz,
Oui.
Mr. MacDonald, Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. Holland,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
You going against this one, Marty? No.
Mr. Morans,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 192 carry? Recorded, please.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel, Madame Zerowitz,
Oui.
Mr. MacDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers, Mr. Holland,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morens?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 193 carry?
Point of order,
Record
Mr.
a
Chair.
vote.
Point of order.
Point of order.
How long do we have resources for? Can we go through the night or?
I think we're going to go till, we can get this thing done.
Terrific.
Yep.
Good.
So, got, okay. So, clerk, we are at 193, correct? Yep.
Yes.
So shall Clause 193 carry, and a recorded vote was asked for, please.
Okay. Mr. Baker? Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Mr. Ritz?
Absolument.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Holland?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
I'm going to stand back so I don't hurt the interpreters. No.
Mr. Morris?
Negative.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui, absolument.
Mr. Blakey? 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. Shall Clause 194 carry? Record a vote, please.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Perfect. Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Mr. Zervis? Okay. Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Chambers? No. Okay. Mr. Holland?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morens?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, it's carried. Shall Clause 195 carry? Recorded, please.
Mr. Baker? Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Should we carry on? Châtel.
Oui. Okay. Ms. Zerwitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Holland?
Nope.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morens?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 196 carry? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz?
Oui, oui, oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Holland?
Nope.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morens?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Mr. Chair, point of
Carried.
order.
Carried, point of order.
We've voted on a number of sections. I was wondering if it would be possible to get a tally of how many have been voted, how many have been struck down at this point.
Well, it's not, that's debate.
Not a point
We're
of
not
order.
going into that, so we're at 197 now, so shall Clause 197 carry? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker? Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zerowitz?
Oui.
Mr.
Yes.
McDonald? Okay.
This is all so fast.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Holland?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morens?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 198 carry? Recorded, please.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Mr. Ovitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Champers? Mr. Holland?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. Okay, shall Clause 199 carry? Okay, recorded vote.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Mr. Ovitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Holland?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
Sorry, that was me. Yeah. No.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 200 carry? Yeah. We're there. Yeah, record.
Mr. Baker? Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Jovitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Holland?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morans?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? 7 yeas, 4
Carried. Shall Clause 201 carry?
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel? Ms. Jovitz? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Holland?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morans?
Oh, sorry. No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 202 carry? Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Mitch? Madame Châtel? Ms. Zeovitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Holland?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morans? Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 203 carry? Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Jovitz. Mr. MacDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Hallan.
Nope.
Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you for your excellent work, Madam Clerk, and no.
Mr. Morens.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 204 carry? Record a vote.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel. Oui. Ms. Jovitz.
Julie?
Yes. Mr. MacDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Hallan.
Nope.
Mr. Lawrence.
Definitely not.
Mr. Morens.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 205 carry? Recorded vote? No? What was the last you did?
I have
Did we just do 204?
Yeah.
Yep, okay, so we're on 205, yep. So shall Clause 205 carry?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote, please.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel. Ms. Jovitz.
Absolutely.
Mr. MacDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers.
No.
Mr. Hallan.
Nope.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morens.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried.
Mr.
Shall
Chair,
Clause
point of order.
206 carry? Point of order.
Point of order. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in case you suspend at midnight, as I suspect you will, and I may not get a chance, I just want to, regardless of how we got here, we
debate,
are here.
debate.
And I just
MP
want to say,
Lawrence,
hey,
where
hang
shall-
on, guys. I just want to say thank you to the clerks who are doing and the interpreters who are doing a
They
fabulous
are
job.
doing
It took me 20 seconds. Okay?
me a break.
Thank.
Okay, thank you to our great clerks, yes. So shall Clause 206 carry?
Makes no sense.
Yep. Record a vote, clerk?
Mr. Baker. Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel. Ms. Jovitz.
Oui.
Mr. MacDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Hallan.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morens. No. Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 207 carry? Record a vote?
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel. Ms. Jovitz.
Oui.
Mr. MacDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Hallan.
Nope.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Morens.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall Clause 208 carry? Recorded?
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Beach. Madame Châtel. Ms. Jovitz.
Ah oui.
Mr. MacDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers, Mr. Holland,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morens,
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? Yes. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, carried. Shall clause 209 carry? Recorded, please.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Yes.
Said yes? Okay. Okay, sure. Miss Jovovich?
Sure, why not?
Mr. MacDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Holland?
Oh, no.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morens?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Shall clause 210 carry? Recorded vote.
Mr. Blakey? Sorry, Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
210.
Mr. Beach?
Sorry, this is 210,
This is 210.
Yes.
but not CPC 13.
No, that comes after. We are at clause 210. 3 hours earlier, we're carried.
Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Miss Jovovich?
We,
Mr. MacDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Holland?
What are we on?
We're in 210.
Which one?
210, I think.
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
So sorry, just following up on Mr. Beach, 210 is not amended, right? The amendment is next, is that right? Okay, thank you. So no.
Mr. Morens?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? Yes. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, it's carried. So we're at new clause 210.1. Shall CPC 13 carry? Recorded vote.
Mr. Baker?
No.
Mr. Beach? No. Okay. Madame Châtel?
No.
Miss Jovovich?
absolutely not.
Mr. MacDonald?
No.
Mr. Chambers?
Absolutely.
Mr. Holland?
That's not fair. Sorry, Chair, which one is this?
This is yours, CPC 13.
Are we voting first?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Inspired by my colleague, Mr. Chambers, absolutely yes.
Mr. Morens?
Just waiting till things settle down. Affirmative.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Avec Adam, oui.
Hey, merci beaucoup.
Mr. Blakey?
No.
Why do you love money laundering? Come on, brother.
6 nays, 5 yeas.
Okay, it was defeated. So, members, we're at CPC 14, and CPC 14, which adds an S to the word offense, and it can only be moved if CPC 13 was adopted. Otherwise, there would only be one offense listed under a plural heading. So CPC 13 was not adopted, so we move on.
Mr. Chair, I'll challenge your ruling.
Okay, there's a challenge.
Challenge.
Okay, there's a challenge of the chair, clerk.
Mr. Baker?
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Beach,
Sustain the chair.
Madame Chatel,
Maintenu.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Sustain the chair.
Mr. McDonald,
Sustain.
Mr. Chambers,
Overturn.
Mr. Halan,
Then I have to say I want it overturned.
Mr. Lawrence,
What do you think there, Phil? Wise decision.
Let's overrule it.
Mr. Morantz,
Overrule.
Mr. Saint-Marie,
Renversé.
Mr. Blakey. Yeas pour 6, nays contre 5.
Okay, sustained. So now, members, we are at clause 211, and I'll test the waters again. There are no amendments between clauses 211 and 228. Would members like to provide unanimous consent to group those?
No.
No? Okay, so shall clause 211 carry?
And perhaps a point
Recorded
of order.
vote?
Point of order. I'll just test the water again, Mr. Chair. CUC to read.
No,
if we
MP
can
Lawrence,
read
no.
the.
So that's debate. We are going to shall clause 211 carry? Recorded vote, please, clerk. 211.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel,
Oui, oui, oui.
Ms. Zarowitz,
Sure, why not?
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers, Mr. Halan,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
This is 211? No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Mr. Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Carried. Shall clause 212 carry?
Recorded vote.
Recorded, please.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel, Ms. Zarowitz, Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. Halan,
Who's the other one?
Mr. Halan,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Mr. Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey.
Yes.
Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Carried. Shall clause 213 carry? Recorded.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel, Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald, Mr. Chambers, Mr. Halan,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Mr. Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Okay, carried. Shall clause 214 carry? Recorded, please.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Chatel, Ms. Zarowitz,
Oui.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mr. Chambers,
No.
Mr. Halan,
Nope.
Mr. Lawrence,
Let's go, Philly.
No.
Mr. Morantz,
No.
Mr. Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey. Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Carried. Shall clause 215 carry? Recorded, please.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Beach, Madame Châtel? Oui. Ms. Zarowitz? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Halan?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
I'm sorry, the section again? Thank you, Mr. Chair, appreciate that, and no.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Saint Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? Yes. Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Shall Clause 216 carry? Recorded vote?
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Halan?
Nope.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Mr. Saint Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? Yes. Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 217 carry? Recorded vote?
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Halan?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Saint Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey? Yes. Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Okay. Carried.
Mr. Chair,
Shall
is
Clause
there
218
point of order?
carry?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We're quickly approaching when the meeting was scheduled to, which is
That's not a point of order. It
11:59.
is not. We have resources. We're going to continue. Shall Clause 218 carry? Recorded vote?
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald? Take that as a yes. Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Halan?
What are we on?
Mr. Chair, which number are we on?
What are we on? No.
Mr. Lawrence?
218 is still underneath the money laundering rubric. And Mr. Chambers' amendments didn't pass, so would have been great if they would have voted pass, and I could have voted yes, but no.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Saint Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 219 carry? Recorded vote?
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Absolutely.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Halan?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Monsieur Saint Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Carried. Shall Clause 220 carry?
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
No.
Mr. Halan?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Mr. St. Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Carried. Shall clause 221 carry? Recorded vote?
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Ms. Zarowitz?
Ah oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Halan?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Mr. St. Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Carried. Shall clause 222 carry?
Vote.
Recorded vote?
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach? Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Madame Zarowitz?
Oui, absolument.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Halan?
No.
Mr. Lawrence?
No.
Mr. Morantz?
No.
Mr. St. Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
Yeas pour 7, nays contre 4.
Carried. Shall, point of order?
Point of order. This meeting was scheduled to 11:59, and as per
I think
the...
we're still pretty good right now. Yeah,
Sorry,
we're good.
Yeah, no.
So-
I think I'm allowed
No,
a point of order.
we
This is
can-
my privilege. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
point of order?
And please don't overtalk. It hurts the interpreters. I believe that the whips had negotiated to 11:59. That's the resources, and our staff the House of Commons staff, I should say, do a fabulous job. And so I don't believe pushing them beyond this point would be helpful for their health and for their health and safety. And Mr. Chair, you made that a clear priority of yours in previous discussions. But if your agenda is more
Yeah,
important
you
than
know,
health and
no,
safety,
I-
I guess that's what it is.
MP Lawrence, I want the health and safety of everybody in this room, and yourself. I see that you're having a little difficulty right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to suspend till tomorrow morning. Oh, yeah.